Angela. Just FYI, let's get started. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, actually. This is a joint special meeting between the City of Boynton Beach and the Community Redevelopment Agency of Boynton Beach. Welcome. Today is Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, and the time is now 6 p.m. After we conclude with this special meeting, we will continue to a second meeting, our regularly scheduled CRA meeting, and we will take a 15-minute break in between the two to allow staff to transition and to set up. Let's begin, first and always, with our rules of decorum. Public comments must be addressed to the chair and not to any particular individual on the dais or in the audience. Personal attacks, insults must not be...
Mute your laptops.
I'm sorry, we're experiencing some technical issues.
Volume thing off. Turn it off.
No, it's not this one, it's the city
Oh,
one.
that one.
We'll wait until the technical issues are handled. All right, thank you so much. I hope that resolved it. Personal attacks, insults, disruptive behaviors are strictly prohibited. Speakers must first be addressed by the chair and not interrupt any other speaker. And of course, should you violate these rules, I will provide you a warning, and should you persist, I may have to ask you to leave our meeting. Thank you so much. Let's proceed to our roll call. City Clerk or Deputy City Clerk, if you could please begin.
Mayor Panserga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Kelly,
Here.
Commissioner Cruz,
Here.
Commissioner Hay,
Here.
Commissioner Turkin. Not here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. For agenda approval for this particular special meeting, are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Vice Mayor, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I just noticed that we didn't allow for any sort of public comment in this small meeting, so I was just going to request that we add public comment under,
Great, I completely agree with you.
okay, perfect.
Let's do that, and I would recommend that the order in which we take this is that we allow for staff presentation first, so we, as the board, as well as the public, can hear that information, and after which we'll entertain public comment, and we'll turn back to the board for discussion.
Perfect.
Does that sounds good?
Sounds good.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you so much. We have a motion to approve the agenda as discussed.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. The second came from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor of approving the agenda as discussed, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes, and we've got a meeting. So let's turn now to our city staff. This item here is a discussion and update on the potential relocation of the Andrews House.
Good evening. I am Rick Hoffer, Assistant Director of Public Works. This is an update on potential relocation of the Andrews House. Okay. I'll start by presenting the potential relocation sites, followed by discussion of project timeline for design, construction, and moving of the house. Then presentation of budget level probable costs for the project. The Andrews House, just to give a little background, it's located at 306 Southeast First Avenue. Potential relocation sites for the house for preservation purposes have been assessed. 3 potential sites will be discussed as part of this presentation. Next. Actually, the prior, yeah. This slide reflects the current location of the Andrews House as well as the 3 potential relocation sites. Next. Potential location 1 is on Northeast 6th Avenue and Northeast 6th Court and is currently a small city owned park. It is zoned CBD. The next slide shows a street view of this potential location 1. And going to the next slide, this is a concept site plan reflecting a potential location of the house on this site here. Current permitted uses for this property include, as reflected on the right-hand side of the slide. Shown are permitted uses for office and civic. There's also a handful of other categories. I've expanded the list for both office and civic, so everybody can see, permitted uses of the site. Going to the next slide. For potential location 2, this is a CRA located owned lot on East Ocean Avenue. Same lot as the Magnuson House and is zoned R3 multifamily residential. To the right, one can see the approximate limits of the property in the green square for reference. Next slide reflects the street view of this potential location 2. It's a bit difficult to see back onto the site where the house could be located, but the next slide will give a little more clarity on this, I believe. This is a concept site plan reflecting a potential location of the house on the site. Building code based on the type of structure, as would be on the site, 2 wood frame structures, require 20 feet of separation. Before we were looking at a 10-foot, but based on some determinations we got recently and based on building code flat out, is it needs 20 feet of separation. In addition, there could be requirements to upgrade the fire ratings of the walls of the Andrews house, and I believe also with the adjacent structure. So that does, the way this is shown here, this configuration, one can see the green square, which generally delineates the property. It can be seen that that's to the east is beyond the property line. The adjacent there is city-owned right-of-way. Just wanted to note that, and there are some potential possibilities to reorient the house, and different locations on the site could be potential. Just wanted to note that this is a orientation location that's been shown, and that has some issues. So not insurmountable necessarily, but definitely some issues. Moving to the next slide. This is potential location 3. It is a CRA-owned lot on North Seacrest Boulevard and Northeast 3rd Avenue, zoned residential R2, which is single and 2-family residential. Going to the next slide is a street view of potential location 3 of this potential location. And going to the next slide is just a potential site plan, just to give a scale of things. Could fit on other parts of the site, but it's a pretty large site. Put it on there for discussion purposes so everybody can see the scale. Definitely fits on this site. As far as permitted uses are on the right-hand side, and really are highlighting the residential, commercial, and civic potential uses for this site. There's also some other ones which I didn't, on this one I did expand them all. Sometimes the list gets pretty long. So one can see the permitted uses. I'm going to the, this timeline, actually, that's good. This is basically a planning level project timeline. We estimate about 2 months to procure design services, followed by 2 months for historic designation, and another 2 months for design site plan, to design the site plan. Just to note, though, you know, design of the site plan and historic designation could happen maybe simultaneously or close to simultaneous as shown. Historic designation, I believe, can also be done on the back end of the project. There's some flexibility there. But after design of the site plan, there's the approval process of the site plan, design, final construction documents, then building permit. We have a month in there for that. Procure construction services, 2 months, and construction relocate house of 3 months. So there's, you know, I would say approximately 16 months in there, give or take a month or two. You know, for this, you know, planning level construction schedule or project schedule. Going to cost, we've since over the last week or so, we've done some additional work on costing of the project, doing budget costing, got some more data points, got some more input. So it reflects a bit differently. We also added a 25% contingency, which is something that for budget level pricing is you know, industry standard to add contingency. There's a lot of unknowns on this. One thing I did want to say is, you know, everything that's shown here is basically relocation and construction. Things that aren't included is any upgrades to the house itself, any upgrades, improvements to the house. You know, for its potential different uses, you know, could have requirements for, you know, ADA compliance, possibly depending on what the use is. There could be some fire code requirements, life safety requirements. You know, as far as the condition of the house itself, plumbing, electrical, it's not totally clear whether that's up to code or not. We don't know that for sure. Whether there's any requirements there. Really an assessment needs to be done. And that would be done when there could be some preliminary assessments done with through hiring consultants to get better numbers on this. There's different ways to do it, but this is budgetary level. One can see it's a subtotal of $300K, and with the contingency, $375,000. With that, staff is here to answer questions.
All right, thank you so much. And just to be clear, Kevin, did you have anything to add, or that was it? Okay, so let me turn to my colleagues. If you have any gnawing questions for our staff member here, if not, if you can wait, we can turn to public comment, but if you have anything urgent, he's right here in the podium. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a quick question. How did we get the budget for these fees? Did we maybe get quotes from consultants or quotes from companies that are in the business of moving these types of homes?
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, we got quotes. We also had some data points from CRA that was involved in some house moving over in Delray Beach, so we used some of those as data points for design and moving and construction. So we used different sources. This is what we did. Yes.
Do you happen to recall the CRA that you're referring to? Like, how long ago was that move? Was that recent, within the last year?
It was quite some time ago. It was at least 10 years, 15 years, but we did do some adjustments, and we just considered it. We didn't we didn't say that's the number. So we had different sources of information and used our best judgment at coming up with these numbers. And, once you put it out for construction and design and start negotiating with consultants, there's a lot of variables in that and what type of pricing you'll get back.
So, not for anything, but just making sure. So the quotes that we're getting were potentially 10 years old for the?
No, we got some brand new ones as well for the move of the house, and the other quotes are, was 10, 15 years old, I believe. But we used that as a data point. It didn't change things much, from the last presentation due to the CRA number that we got, and we had a lot of input from staff, from the staff architect. We got some input from our staff architect, who is kind of an outside professional and very engaged in the field, and gave us estimating. He does a lot of our estimating internal, so we've checked with him and other sources throughout the department, planning and zoning, and got a lot of input internally as well.
I remember maybe a couple years ago, we did have a presentation with the CRA a while ago, and I remember the city of Pompano Beach also had a pretty large house that they moved, so maybe, I don't know if that's something that we can potentially look into to see, what they might have paid, but I think that was a little more recent than the one in Delray. But thank you. I just wanted to get an answer about the cost, and we know that it might potentially go up. Is there a possibility for us to get like a direct quote from like a few companies to say, this is the size of the home, this is what we want to do, what would you charge me to provide this service?
We did get a direct quote of it was $75,000 to $150,000, and we upped that a little bit on the low end based on some other data points. But we would welcome any other input or sources. The more data we have and more information we have, the better we can, better pricing we can give for this. So
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor, you had a question as well?
Yeah, I just had one quick question. This might be more directed to Adam, but when we're talking about the location of the Magnuson House, I know that there's some issues with property line, and location of the home on that property. What is the timeline, or how long would it take for us to make the accommodations for that lot to work for the home? Like, what are the things that would have to be done in order for that lot to be able to house an additional home at this point?
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Kelly, I'm sorry. Adam Temple, Assistant City Manager. So as you saw on the lot, where it's currently where it would currently be positioned based on fire separation, according to our fire marshal and our building official, it does put a good portion of the property outside of the property boundary. So I believe that the property to the east of that is public right-of-way. So we would potentially need to vacate or abandon that. And then even doing so, we would probably need to do some variances on some of the setbacks as well. So as far as a timeline, those types of things we can do relatively quickly within several months, I'd say.
Okay. I'll reserve my comments until after public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Hay, did you have any immediate questions for now?
Just to lead off with, the $375,000, that's the estimated cost for one move, right? I mean,
Correct,
just
yes.
move it first time.
Oh, no, that's the consultant fees for design, developing the site plan.
Yeah, but still,
All that,
it
relocation.
all adds up into a one-time move.
It is.
And do we have a feel for what the maintenance would be on that per year to keep that house in some kind of shape? Versus how much it's gonna cost us now to leave it where it is and maintain it?
As far as I know, we have not looked into that. It's something that could be looked into. I don't know if any staff has any input on that, but I don't.
That is something that would be of interest to me. How much would it cost on an annual basis to leave it where it is and keep it fixed up until such time as there's a plan for that versus moving it and potentially having to move it again? How much would it cost us after we move it the first time? And then and then maintain it on an annual basis for such time as we have a plan for that house?
Tim, were you about to chime in?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Tim Tack, Acting Executive Director for the CRA. You know, we, in our CRA activities, we look at maintaining properties. You would be looking at roughly 10 to 15,000 to get that buttoned up. You would be looking at boarding up, sealing it up, you know, possibly painting it so that it still has its curb appeal, as well as potential fumigation, pest control, that type of thing, so that you can mitigate the amount of degradation that is occurring, because currently it's not being cared for at all.
That 10 to 15,000 would be to bring it up to city standards, correct?
Forgive me, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, the phone there. You mentioned 10 to 15,000?
Yeah,
That would be the bringing up to code or bringing up to city standards? Or
that would not be bringing up the code. That would just be merely putting some curb appeal to it and possibly slowing down potential degradation of the structure itself.
Yeah, I'll reserve the rest of my question for later after I hear the public.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Before we go to public comment on this item, I just want one quick question from me. If we could go to the timeline slide, I just want to make sure I understood the timeline. Now, here, if I counted those months correctly, it's over a year.
Yes.
Depending on location, does that affect any of these durations? In other words, you know, is this set for all options, no matter what we do? This is the timeline? Is that the intent here? Or the
I would
of the slide?
answer in general terms for planning purposes, yes.
Okay, and is there anything, and does this have to be the order? Like, is this set in stone?
From my understanding, historic designation could be pushed maybe to the end, possibly. That might save a month or so,
Okay.
possibly. You know, there's always potential for saving time in schedules, but this is, we believe, a good baseline budget level, planning level schedule.
All right, well, thank you for that information. All right, let's turn now to public comments. We will begin with those in the chambers, after which we will go to those online, if there's any online. And if you're representing a group, if you'd like to state your name for the record, and also if you're representing a group, feel free to mention which group you're a part of. Let me switch to the timer. We do have 2 podiums. Begin when you're ready and state your name for the record.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Barbara Reedy. I chair your Historic Resources Preservation Board, which met last night and had the same presentation and made 3 recommendations that I would like to present to the City Commission tonight. The first recommendation is that the city/CRA pursue ownership of the building and also ask the developer to donate whatever fund he was going to use to knock it down to go towards the moving of it. That would be the first recommendation. The second unanimous recommendation was we selected spot number 2, which is on Ocean Avenue, the place next door to the Magnuson House. Also, the third recommendation would be that the use be considered light commercial or a public use of some sort. We would prefer light commercial. My personal preference is so that we can have some economic development strategy things going on downtown, create a destination. The city has been able to grant itself variances for this very building. You had to grant yourself a variance to have setback from the sidewalk. So the variance problem is not insurmountable, as Richard just told you. I would like to see it set back on that lot next to the Magnuson, so that we could create a courtyard for people visiting the museum, visiting the cultural center, moms, dads, grandmas, kids, walk down the street, have an ice cream cone, a soda, a smoothie, a hot dog, a cold sandwich, whatever. All of the people that visit our two historic buildings get in their cars with their wallets and leave. We heard the other night that if we can get people to hang around for 4 hours, we can get them to spend more of their money. So your board recommends those three things, and I hope that tonight you will seriously consider it. It is an economic development strategy, and I think the citizens would approve as well, because it's about time that the city leaders start listening to the residents instead of staff. Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Hi, Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. Yes, I am part of the executive committee for the Move Historic Andrews House. I am a life member of the Boynton Beach Historical Society. And of course, as you well know, I'm a former member of the Historic Resources Presentation Board, the P&D Board, the Arts Board, and the Sustainability Board, as well as being, a grand pro at attending your meetings for several years. So again, last night, as Barb said, Barbara Reedy, we were told about a fire marshal report or a fire report. So I immediately put in a public records request for that. It turns out it's actually just an email. So that's a level of deception coming from, the city employees about this entire thing. I will say that the demo was signed back on 11/1/2024 because I have a copy of it after much haggling with the city. And it turns out Amanda never informed the Historic Resources Preservation Board a couple weeks later that there was a demo permit out when they had discussions about this house during their board meeting. She had promised in multiple prior meetings, because I have the minutes, that she would keep the board informed of things and never did. So that's another level of deception coming from certain staff, because I'm certainly not lumping the entire staff in this, about what's going on with this building. As Barbara mentioned, and as everyone in our group will tell you, there's a huge economic development opportunity with this house. Look at what has happened in Delray as an example. Look at what has happened all over the country. Whenever you incorporate historic buildings into your city and put them to use. So I would like to say my things that I think you should do in the order I think you should do them in is we need to make sure the ownership of the house transfers to the city or CRA. That is number one. Number two, we need to move this over by the Magnuson, which is now option number 2, maybe creating a heritage-style village. Number three, we need to look at the orientation options, because the way the city has, or one or two people in planning have presented it, it makes it look like this will not fit. And if you reorient the house, yes, it will fit with plenty of extra room. That's a choice by that person to make this look bad. We need to historically designate this, and we need to make it a destination attraction. And yes, we need light usage, whether you want to put like a cafe. We were promised when the city hall was opened, both the city and the commission, that we would have some type of cafe place for the residents and employees to go. That's never happened. This is your perfect opportunity to make this a light use location, whether bakery, ice cream, sodas, gourmet sandwiches, bring stuff off-site and have it available for sale there. You certainly don't want to make an intensive use building out of a 100-year-old building. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Former Commissioner McCray, City of Boynton. I just want to say, if you're going to move it on Ocean Avenue, make sure that you have the hours of operation. Make sure it's open on the weekends. We have a lot going on here in this city. That would be a fantastic place to advertise what is going on. A lot of the times, the marquees are not working. If you notice, we're still in December, and right now we're up in January with happenings here, and nobody's advertising. Years ago, we had a place, what was called the designation, what we had for our Chamber of Commerce. people needed any kind of information coming to this city, they had one spot where they can go, get information about any business that was going on here in this city. If the city's going to invest some funds, why not we invested a place for us to do some advertisement for what's happening here in this city? We're losing a lot of revenue. People are going in and out because they know not what to do. You're going to use our funds, the citizens of Boynton. Let's utilize it wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Mike Fitzpatrick, 175 Southwest 2nd Street. I guess I'm the chair of the Move Historic. All right, you saw this picture on the slide, and this is too big, it's not gonna fit, that's what we're being told. It's a little puffy. It looks almost the same size, it's not. On January 2nd, I sent the commissioners, this is on page 2 of that report I sent. This is that picture. You can see it was orientated this way. There would be 16 feet between point to point, not even sides. And if you turned it so it faces east, this, I believe, is the preferred by our group now. This is the entrance facing east, facing the sidewalk. It would create a, back, a quiet place. We think that would be the best one. And point, corner to corner, point to point, this is 28 feet. So that would satisfy the fire marshal. So there's ways of doing it. The city staff doesn't seem to want to look at those ways. There's a lot of points that could be made on the presentation, but it's not enough time to go over it, and I think we'll research it a little more. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Hi, Valentina Broglia. I just wanted to, everyone touched amazing points last night, and I don't want to repeat them. And I did want to mention that a lot of people go to St. Augustine to visit the oldest schoolhouse. Why can't they come to Boynton Beach and visit the oldest structure in Boynton Beach? So I do think it will bring in a lot of economic value. As far as the budgeting that we were concerned about earlier, I did just want to mention that in historic preservation, when a house is designated or a structure is designated, you can apply for an ad valorem tax exemption, which would reduce the costs, and then ADA requirements are actually waived on a certain amount, and also FEMA recommendations can be exempt as well. So if the city would want to designate the structure first and then move it over if possible, that's one way to go about it. Another thing I wanted to mention was that last night, the historic board also recommended that location 2 would be the best potential for the Andrews house. And I think those are all the points, and on top of what everyone else has said, so thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ginger Peterson, and I'm on the executive committee to move the Andrews house. So I worked 35 years in public administration at Palm Beach State College. So I know all the little tricks of the trade when things don't really want to happen, so let's make it super expensive. So I've done all those things, and I've been a part of all those kinds of little tricky things that happen like that. So that's what I looked at those figures today. Let's make it $500,000 and make it even sound worse. I think that's disingenuous, because I think there's definitely a lot of groundswell to have this happen. And we appreciate the time that you guys are taking to have this happen, because I think it's there has to be something to get the downtown going. I found an article today from 1960 saying of a plan to revitalize downtown Boynton Beach. It still hasn't happened. In spite of all the promises from developers and from big people, we still sit here with basically one thing of interest downtown, which is Hurricane Alley, pretty much, after all this time. So you have a rare chance here to create something to connect the history together of the 2 historic schools and also these 2 houses. And there's lots of uses. It's not something that we want this to be an economic driver, not something that's going to cost the city a bunch of money. As far as yearly upkeep, that should be rolled into whoever pays rent on this place. So, and then to just throw it in some piece of property and have it become who knows what in a neighborhood makes no sense to me. And we looked at, today, we looked at those, we know the other sites. The only one that really makes sense is the Magnuson site, and we need to designate it. I was on the board for 9 years, and this came up time and time again about designating that house, and it still hasn't happened. And if it's true that the board was never notified that the house was up for demolition, that's really also very bad for the person running that committee. So I hope we can get something done here, and we've already got our fundraising efforts started, so we're willing to pony up and make it a real groundswell to save this house, because it's a beautiful little house. It's to our history of a farming community, and I just don't think we can just wipe everything off the map and say it never happened, because that's just not what makes city history real, like St. Augustine and other places. It's not going to be an economic drain. It will be an economic driver. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Excuse me. David Merker, former city commissioner. I personally want to truly recommend Barbara Reedy, Susan Oyer, Mac McCrae, Mike Fitzpatrick. I had the pleasure and the opportunity to serve with them. Their knowledge on history, the history of the city, is greater than probably 99.9% of all the people who live in the city. So I strongly recommend that the commission open their eyes, open their mind, and listen to them. They know what's right.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Flynn Holland, and I'm a resident of Boynton. I live on 618 South Seacrest Boulevard. And when I look at this piece of paper, and you talked about its purposes
Flynn,
and the
could you
building.
please speak
I'm
into the
sorry, that's right.
Yeah, we need it for the
always
record.
the way. We want it to be a community building. We want it to be a historic community building that the community could go into. When I listened to his report, what came to mind for me is, have any of you had a tour of this house to know how much work had been put in it? Have you read Mike Fitzpatrick's piece where he's already done all of this work to show that it was renovated up to 2005, that it was closed up, but by no means is it falling apart. It's made out of cypress. It's not bug-proof, but it definitely has staying power. We would love it to be a coffee house, a tea house, something that we can go to, because what we're finding now is the town has lost those things. And when we got the high school, we felt that there was going to be some sort of eatery there, some reason for people to come together. The library is great. I love the library. The Culture Center is kind of underutilized. We're going to have a movie theater in the gym, never happened. This is a gem. And when I look at what they consider things like a real estate office or something, that's going to close up. And as you've seen, you've given money to small businesses that last a year and then they go out of business after they've gotten the money from you guys. We would love to see this to be something that is for the community, with the community, and show the arts and the history. I just went to the Del Rey Historic Society. We will not be that, but oh my gosh, the support that they had for buildings and the history that we have here is just phenomenal, not to bring it. Somebody also said that the children's place fulfills the history of Boynton. Well, that's for kids. But the adults, we have so much history and so much knowledge in the community to be able to give back to it. So I do like the place by the Magnuson House. Mike Fitzpatrick looked and saw the possibilities of how it could be moved and everything. I'd really like you to look at the information and energy that other people who really want it to happen can work with you to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Brittany Patterson. I own businesses in Boynton Beach. My father worked for the city for 30 years in this very land right here that we're in. I was not planning on saying anything tonight. However, I just want to express that I feel like it's super important for the city to invest in historic buildings like this. I mean, it's like we need to invest in the community. I think that Ocean Avenue would be a great place to relocate if the building needs to be relocated. And I do want to say, as my father was in Recreation and Parks Department, he was a supervisor of athletics for all of those 30 years. And I saw firsthand growing up here how building the city of Boynton's community, like it was a very enriching experience for the residents. And I think it could be a really wonderful draw to continue to reinvest in downtown. I've also worked with the CRA on getting grants for my business, also hooking up other companies with the CRA, and I have seen how investing in this manner has really brought great economics to the city. So I would love to see something wonderful happen with this building, and I've seen a lot of other buildings coming up here that are new, but there's a lot of value in preserving historic. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Good evening. I can see by your expressions, you know this is a feel-good project.
Could you state your name for the record, sir?
I'm sorry. My name's Tom Warnke. I'm the vice chair of the committee to move and save the Magnuson House, and I'm also the CRA liaison. At last week's commission meeting, staff used an example during the presentation of the historic building, of a historic building in Pompano Beach. Right here in Del Rey, where I work at the Historical Society, we've got 2 buildings that were both moved a mile onto the Historical Society campus. They're both very old wooden buildings similar to the Andrews House. They sit about 12 feet apart, and they're both Dade County pine. The city invested $20,000 this year to build us a wooden tool shed in between that would match the architecture. So obviously the Del Rey Fire Marshal has no problem with the homes being close together. I walked it today and measured. There's 70 feet from the Magnuson House to the sidewalk to the east. There's 70 feet from the Magnuson House to the back fence. So there's plenty of room there, especially if you turn it 90 degrees and have the entrance off that public walkway. That way the sunroom would be to the south and face Ocean Avenue. I'm the one that gave the quote from the house movers. Where I work in Del Rey, we consulted with PEB Capital. They're doing the big project on the corner of Atlantic Avenue in Swinton, and that is the home of the Cathcart House and also the rectory. They moved both of those. I talked to that house mover. He said, based on 1,600 square feet, 75 to 150,000 is plenty. And those moves were 2 years ago, not 15 years ago. So I wanted to correct that. Since I work at the Historical Society in Del Rey, and we've got these 2 cottages on 1 acre there on Swinton, we have events all year. It's definitely an economic driver. We have groups of 400 people there sometimes, caterers, bartenders. I mean, it can definitely be something that happens in downtown Boynton, especially as a tea house, a coffee shop, and all the interior could be all of Boynton Beach history. We're adept at doing that, and it won't be expensive. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Excuse me, Board Chair.
Yes.
If we could have everybody at the other mic because of the recording of it, that would be great.
Sure.
Thank
All right.
you.
If you could please move over to the next podium, please, on the other side, and that goes for all speakers that may come up. Yes. Begin when you're ready and state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Mary Law. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay. I wrote you a letter today, but the people out here haven't had a chance to see it. Mayor, commissioners, CRA, and others, again, I write to all of you to save the Andrews house. It doesn't seem to be all that complicated to save that house. One, move the house to the CRA-owned Magnuson House property, which is close by, and therefore the moving costs should not be that expensive. And it will then be in the center of many art exhibits, the old high school, the old elementary school in the downtown area on Ocean Avenue. Two, the house appears to be in excellent shape. Some immediate costs should be, A, tent for drywood termites, which costs might range from $4,000 to $7,000. I recently paid $4,000 to Command Pest Control to tent my real estate office at 625 South Federal Highway. B, immediately repair and secure the front door and the back door and keep them locked. Also, put on combination lock boxes. Repair any broken windows. C, do an inventory in order to keep all those who enter honest. 3, request that the owner and/or the developer pay the moving costs. Mary Law, the Law Building, 625 South Federal Highway. In closing, I just want to make a couple of comments. I like to see things happen faster. And you have a developer that would like to do the development there. He's got this old house sitting on his property, and now all the citizens in Boynton are getting aggravated about. I would go to him and see if he will just pick up the closing costs. And I don't think they're going to be that high compared if you put it on the Magnuson. You're only going to go down a street or two. I don't think there's any power lines to move. I think it could be done quick. I would get that house off his property and onto the Magnuson with a site plan. It couldn't be that difficult. Then worry about all these other details later. I'm not so sure that developer has been paying, I don't have it in front of me, but the fire assessment, water bills, and a few other things, I don't think that house has had any expenses been paid on it. I would suggest that the staff gets a hold of old business people, people that have been here a long time and care about Boynton. I would get the estimates from them first and then follow through and see if anybody else wants to be cheaper. I think maybe sometimes we overpay for things. I would listen to Mike Fitzpatrick for development shortcuts.
All right.
And Tom Warnke.
Thank you so much.
Whoa, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Law. Okay, is there anyone else in the chambers? Let me go to those online. I believe Mr. Grant, it says public comment. Mr. Grant, would you like to comment on this item? Since you're online, I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. You may begin when you're ready.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Stephen Grant, Northeast 3rd Avenue. I'm different from everyone here. I believe that Northeast 3rd Avenue site would be a good place. It would require a lot less work for the property. One of the things that was not mentioned is the amount of funds needed to bring the Magnuson House up to date. That place has been sitting there for 15 years and has not done anything. I feel that it is a great place for a live-work space, and that this is something that the city and the area needs, is more places for people to live and work. I understand a lot of the community feels that this could be an economic driver. They are correct. We were promised a cafe at City Hall and the historic high school, but that was never delivered. We are being promised 22,000 square feet of retail upcoming CRA meeting. So I believe that is going to be what's going to drive people coming to our downtown and keeping them there. I think the city and CRA are doing a great job with the events. I remember when I started being mayor, we had the amphitheater and movies where tens of people come, and now we have hundreds of people coming on our first Fridays. So thank you for this decision to save the historic Andrews House. I think the easy choice would be to put it onto Northeast 3rd Avenue.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Grant. And I don't believe anyone else is online for this item. So with that, public comment on this item is now closed. Let me turn off the timer. I'm going to turn back now to the board for their comments, questions, anything of the sort. And I do want to just kick it off by saying that, number one, as many of you already know, as you've heard me say in the previous meetings, I fully support saving the Andrews House. I think that it can be an economic generator. It can be an asset for the city, and I share the vision. I'd love to see a cafe or a flower shop or a small business go in that place. It could be a woman-owned business. It could be a minority-owned business. It's a local business, and I don't want to lose that opportunity. Now, the reason why we're here today is because a demolition permit was approved. Unbeknownst certainly to me, I'm not sure who else knew, but I certainly didn't know about it. And so what that does is put us into a time crunch. And so now we're rushing, and what we've discovered is, maybe the numbers aren't quite right. We need more time to get a better sense of the actual cost. And I'm also seeing from the slide that's in front of us now, and as I've asked the staff, no matter what we do, it's going to be a significant amount of time regardless. And so I want to save this house. I just don't want to rush it so that we end up doing it wrong. And, we may have to move it again. And we don't even have anyone yet ready to use the space. I would love to put out an RFP to signal to the business community, say, hey, we've got this opportunity here, we've got a location, what can you do with it? Is there a small business ready and willing to take it? And what kind of improvements do you need so we can get some feedback so we know how to invest in it? And I've said in the first meeting, an adaptive reuse of this building is how the CRA can be involved. The CRA in its capacity is about turning around our local economy. That is the fundamental premise. So I'm 100% for that. I just don't want to rush it to get it wrong. And I don't want to spend a very large amount of money, and I know there's some dispute on the exact amount, but that just adds to the argument. We need some clarity without getting public input, without doing an RFP. And I know there were many speakers here tonight. I meant public charrettes, where we go out to the community or potentially do surveys. I want to spend that money wisely. I want to spend it once because I don't want to move it, then move it again, and then something fails. Let's do it right the first time. But in order for that to happen, we cannot be under a time crunch. And I think that's the fundamental problem. If we could get more time from the developer, and I think it should be feasible, because I haven't heard anyone say it here tonight, but the developer who owns the land isn't building anytime soon, right? That project is part of their phase 2. There should be no rush. We should have more time. And I'm going to share, is that all right, Tim? That there has been a conversation with the developer, and they have shown, and it's not final because it's just an initial conversation, willingness to provide additional time. And I think that is a good thing, because if we can have additional time, we can do the steps right. We don't have to rush it. We can put out an RFP so we know that we move forward accurately with the right numbers, with the right use, and we have the right location. So that's where I stand. I want to save it, and I think if what I'm hearing is correct and it stays true, that the developer is willing to work with us and let the house stay where it is for additional time, and it's showing here on the slide, we need at least a year. If that holds true, we can do this right and have a really successful project, see a potential small business flourish here. All right, so that's where I am. Let me turn to my colleagues if you have any thoughts and questions. I'm not sure who's ready to go first. Commissioner Hay, you want to go?
Yeah, I basically agree with the chair. That's why I asked the question about the cost and the maintenance. If we move it or if we don't move it. And as you heard, the developer is in no rush, no hurry, because this is phase 2 of his own project. And I like to say that, you know, we have a master plan which we just kind of put on the shelf and just let it collect dust. Does it really fit into our master plan? We need time to look at these things. We're not really, I don't want to rush into this. I do want to save the house, even though I don't have really a dog in this hunt like most of you do, because my feeling is, I mean, you save it. You're saving it for what? Okay, just for memories. Sure, it would be nice to have the house there, have your little kids asking questions. It could be an asset. I have no problem against that. But I do like to say to you, I wish you guys had been around some time ago when the African-American culture was being eliminated from the school books. And we stood there trying to fight that, and there was no real support. And now I'm glad to see as many of you come out and trying to fight to save this historical piece. But I tell you, it's just, when you look at what's happening around the country, Confederate images are being taken down. And to me, this was way back 1907. I would not have been safe, because we just got rid of 3 laws that were on our books that had been there for over 100 years. And that would have, if I had been caught over at where the Magnuson house is right now, I might have been hung from one of those trees that's in the front yard. You know, I'm just being real here, okay? And I would have loved to have seen you guys come out and fight for the Black history to remain in our school books, as you are doing right now. I commend all of you for what you're saying and what you believe in. But again, I just say to you that we don't need to rush this. There's no reason that I can see right now, because there's no real plan for this house. There's no one jumping up and down and lining up to say what they want to do with this. We have time to do it, and to do it right, okay? I don't want to move this house, then turn around and have to spend taxpayers' dollars again to move someplace else. To me, that's not good use of my dollars and your dollars, is to do that. Let's take the time, work with the developer who seems to be working with us, okay, and to do this thing right the first time. If it's worth doing, do it right the first time. So my position, here, let me say this also. We're trying to develop Ocean Avenue to be one of our major entertainment, whatever you want to, adjective you want to use to describe it, in Boynton Beach. And I don't want to see it just be a bunch of old houses. And right now we have, what is that, the Joan House? I've said this before, it's nothing new. We have the Magnuson House, and now we're going to get another Andrews House, or whatever it is. Okay, I mean, how many more? Let's look at our master plan. Let's see where we're going. Let's plan this thing out right. Not just move off of emotions and just react. Let's respond. Let's look at it, take our time, and address this the way it should be. I think it's a win-win. I really do. But I think I feel you're pushing me, and the decisions are not in concrete at this point. So all I'm saying to you is that let's just take our time, okay? Talk to developers, see what the best way to approach this. Get the numbers right. We don't have those things as far as I'm concerned. Maybe everybody else, but I don't. And I want to make sure that when we move, we're moving together, collectively, soundly, the best decision that we can make. I think we won't have to worry about the house being torn down, okay, because we caught it in time. and the developer is working with us. So let's just put our heads together. We got a bunch of good heads up here, okay, and out in the audience, and see what really is the best thing for the city to coincide with our master plan that's already on the table, and make sure we're just not hodgepodging again. So as far as I'm concerned, I would say just leave it where it is and get the numbers to bring it, to sustain it, and for however long we have, then we can address it down the road. But we don't have to move that house right now. So I say just stay where it is. I don't want to move it on Ocean Avenue. I'd rather it be 3rd Avenue maybe, okay? But my first priority would be to leave it where it is, and let's take our time and approach it correctly.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay. Very briefly, in response to that, if my understanding is correct, that the developer is willing to put a stay, we would need to move forward to direct staff to go ahead and put that in written language to make sure we have it on the record. So that's it for now for me. Vice Mayor, let's turn to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I share some of the sentiments that have been shared by my colleagues, but my concerns are we're looking at an approximate timeline of a year. My understanding and my conversations with staff is that the owner of the property, although he's willing to work with us, he is not, as I understand, cannot enter into any sort of formal agreement with us or the CRA due to his own agreements or with his funding or financing or whatever. And then my understanding was that he was willing to extend it, but I don't know how long. And so my concern is if we continue to have conversations and try and figure out the use and try and figure out the location, we're going to end up looking in 9 months at starting at something a process that's going to take us a year to get to. And so I am of the sentiment that the faster we can move the property off of not our land, and then take the time to figure out what to do with it, and then figure out what the use is going to be, the appropriate use is going to be. I know that that will incur additional costs, but as the community has said, they are willing to work with us and fight with us on, on this project that my conversation with staff was that some of this stuff can also be done simultaneously, and it's not something that this is like we have to wait 2 months and then go to the next step, and then that takes 2 months, and then we wait 2 months. But that's my concern, is that if we do wait to vet this further, that then we'll be a year in, and then he's going to want his land. And I know it is phase 2, but there's planning processes and there's demo processes and there's things that have to happen in order for him to move to the steps that he needs to for whatever's happening with his company or finance or whatever. So my thought is, and I don't know based on what the use would be, what location is most appropriate. I understand the sentiments are, let's put it next to Magnuson, but I made my position clear at the next meeting that, or the last meeting, that the Magnuson house has sat vacant for so long and with, very little interest in improvement and usage of that. And so to just stick another house there, just to put another house there, maybe as a temporary location until we figure out the appropriate use. But my understanding also in finding out the cost is without a location, we can't get a good cost, because the moving companies need to know where it's going in order to determine whether lines have to be moved, whether, traffic signals have to be adjusted or moved. So there are things I feel like we have to decide in order to get a true cost estimate, in order to then figure out what the next steps are going to be. So I agree in that I think timing-wise of finding the usage, I think that has more time to be vetted. But my concern is that if we do not move it now, then what do we do in 9 months when then we have figured out what to do with it, but we don't have a year to then go through all of the processes to get it ready to then move?
Great point, Vice Mayor. I'm along the same lines as you. I just kind of envisioned the timeline a little bit differently. I thought they would occur in parallel. So for example, if the developer really did put into writing a commitment to put a stay for a whole year, or maybe a little bit more, that we would begin this process. We can select a location this month, today, this month. We can begin the process, and while the process is moving forward, with the location already selected that will allow us to compute some precise numbers, that we can simultaneously put out an RFP. So it's not like we begin the process and then figure out the use. I think we can run them, and really that's a staff question. Is that something that can be done from a staff perspective? Can we run the RFP concurrent with this process that's shown in the timeline, or is it one after the other?
Well, this is not the RFP part of it, but
That's right.
this process
But
is
could we
not
do an
linear.
RFP in
I do think
parallel?
you could. I don't see any issue with that. And we'd have to craft the language in the RFP to make sure that we're not awarding or putting something out or getting people's hopes up, or they invest money into a RFP, which, then doesn't come to fruition. So obviously, we'd have to craft it to where it would, but I do think it could run at least some simultaneous or a little off past, like maybe 30 days after, so that it's coming together.
That would need to happen, because if it doesn't, then Vice Mayor is correct, and then it's actually even longer than a year, and then this wouldn't work. I agree. And all of this is contingent if the developer puts into writing this commitment, right? So I'll go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, those are my concerns, is that then we're then up against a different timeline. But I agree, Mayor, if it's something that could be done simultaneously. My feeling is also that this should go on to a CRA property, because for the exact point that you made, is that the CRA is in the business of improvement and economic drive to an area. And so I think the CRA is more poised to take on a project like this and kick it off and get it in the right direction. Those are my points, is that I think that we do need to move this forward in the right direction, because my understanding with Tim today was that in his conversations with the owner is that he won't agree to do any formal agreement, because based on some stuff in his back office that he can't do. So those are my concerns, is I feel like we really need to push forward with getting it moved to protect it, and to make sure that we then have the opportunity and the time to vet proper use and do an RFP process and get some interest. And as much as I would love to see, and hope that the RFP process is successful, it may take time for our downtown to build up in order to get the right use and the right person and business into that home. So I feel like we may have to make a decision where this may be a two-step process or a two-move process, because of the timing and because we don't have any way of taking ownership of a property that's not on our land in order to protect it.
Yes, good point, good point. Thank you, Vice Mayor. A brief question for staff. This is on the area of land that's slated for Phase 2 of the project. Can someone tell me, the board, how many years from now will they actually need to begin constructing Phase 2? Do we have some clarity on that?
Good evening, Mayor. I'd like to ask Amanda Radigan to come up.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commission. Amanda Radigan, Planning and Development Director. The original Phase 2 of the Villages was approved in 2017. Now, from more recent conversations with the developer, he is planning to do a major redevelopment, a major site plan amendment to that original, which essentially means it's going to go back through the process. So it is very much unknown how he's going to move forward yet. Staff hasn't seen a revised proposal submitted yet. We've seen a couple of conceptuals.
Do you have an estimate from your experience? Are we talking about a year, 2 years? What's the likely?
I think in this specific case, it's going to depend largely on the timeline for phase one. That project is about to be permitted, and we are hoping to break ground on phase one shortly. If everything goes into plan with that one, I think in terms of his own financing, it might expedite phase two, but it's really difficult to tell. I think the developer would be the best person to give us that timeline.
All right, thank you. That answered my question. Vice Mayor, was there anything else?
No, that's
Okay.
it, thank you.
Commissioner Cruz?
All right, thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for your feedback. I think the first thing that we need to do is to prevent demolition from happening. If we don't do that, obviously we're gonna be in a tough situation. The next thing I wanna bring forward, the attention to is for us to get the historical designation officially, while preventing the demolition. One more thing that I would like to do is to do a citywide survey so that we can get feedback. I know we have a few people in the audience and we appreciate you guys being here. At the same time, the city has, almost 90,000 residents, and we want to hear from everyone as well and hear feedback on what, the residents might want to see. So I would like to ask if maybe my colleagues would agree to do a citywide survey of, the potential uses to see what the public thinks. One thing that I also want to think about is once we have the historical designation, we could potentially apply to grant dollars that will allow us more funding to be able to be utilized for this purpose. And it would be a way to prevent us from using all of our money. We would have to maybe match. But I also wanted to also think about staff to look into potential grant opportunities that would be available to us if we were to have that historical designation and, maybe share that with the commission and seeing what we could do to potentially get those grants. The next thing that I think we should look into is figuring out the real cost of what it would take to bring the house up to code for someone to be able to occupy it, whether it's a business, assuming it's a coffee shop or ice cream or whatever it is that we end up moving forward with, a museum, whatever it is that we end up deciding, how much would this potential individual business or entity would have to pay to bring it up to code? Or is that something that we would consider, I don't want to put it out there, but is that something that we would look into kind of meddling with ourselves? Is that something that we're just going to pass on to the potential owner with, as you mentioned, an RFP process? And then now the last thing that, really thinking about is intent matters when it comes to using CRA dollars. We understand that the purpose of the CRA is to reduce slum and blight and also to increase economic development. So with that in mind, if the purpose and the end in mind is to provide economic development, then we would need to have a business in there, and that would need to be kind of our purpose before we move the property so that we can use the CRA dollars. If we were to use it for any other purpose, then it's probably an attorney question, but it might get into a bit of muddy water. So that's something that I wanted just everyone to think about, the economic development perspective of potentially moving the house. Thank you for one of the residents who came up to show the different ways that we could move the house to potentially, ideally, maybe make it happen. We're not maybe at that point of deciding where we're going to move it yet, but if it were to be feasible, if it were economic development oriented, and if it were something that the board would agree to, I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but I would potentially, if it was allowed by the fire code, and also if it's something that would be reasonable with our staff and with planning, then I would be open to looking at the opportunity of moving it over to the Magnuson house. So I think, I think there were many good points made earlier today. Some of those are figuring out what we're going to do with the house, protecting it from being demolished, putting in that historical designation so that we can actually apply to grant dollars so we can get some more funding in, and being fiscally responsible at the same time.
All right, thank you. Were there any follow-up comments from each other? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just a question for the Historic Society. Have you given thought to locating or creating a historical district in Boynton Beach?
Could we have a representative from the historical, either from the advisory board or from the Historical Society to answer that question?
Barbara Reedy?
Barbara Reedy, I chair your City Historic Resources Preservation Board, and I'm also on the board of the Historical Society. So I hit on both things. And yes, we have made efforts to create a historic district. Just down the block here, there's cute little historic homes. But we set up our program so that we don't force communities to be designated. The people get to vote. We need a 51% ownership vote to proceed with making it a historic designation, please. So does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes. Is there any thought of moving the Andrews House to someplace in that area that you thinking about or designated?
I think the locations that the city and the CRA were looking at were properties that the city already owns. And I don't believe we own any properties down in that neck of the woods. I don't even believe there's any open properties that we could buy down there. I mean, the thought of moving it next to the Magnuson is to retroactively create like a heritage district, okay? It would not technically be an historical district. It would be, we could call it our heritage district. And the reason why we need to move it now, I think, is that, I don't know if you're aware or not, that we don't own it. The developer owns it, and he controls it. Your Historic Preservation Board has been trying for years to get it designated, years. We've done all the steps, we've made all the motions, we have the written report from July of 2023. We've been trying to get it designated. The owner has been fighting us. He does not want it designated because he believes it would not allow him to demolish it. And that's how we got to where we are. So we're kind of at a standoff. You know, we would love very much to designate. You Commission, CRA board could do it tonight. All the steps have been taken.
The area that you're talking about, Barbara, is that West Ocean Avenue? That
Yes.
little area down there?
Yes. I believe it's Northwest First.
First?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You should drive on down there. Darling little
I have.
homes. Absolutely darling.
I have. Okay.
The bad part is that the north side of that block is also been rezoned by the CRA. It's all commercial now. If someone were to come down Boynton Beach Boulevard, a developer, and purchase those blocks, all of those little historic homes on the north side of Northwest First, gone. So.
Okay,
Did-
thank you. Thank you very much.
You're good? Is that good?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess the logical use for that at this stage until we find out more information would be, someone brought up like an informational system, center for the city where you have an out area, tables, benches, and kids playing, eating ice cream or whatever they said. And have it be an information booth where it could have other selling of foods or something. But I think we have time to look at those things, and that's what I'm talking about. Let's not rush into it. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay. As for me, one thing is absolutely clear for me. I know there's still some questions about the numbers and the time and when exactly is phase 2 starting, but in order for this house to have a chance, we need more time. That is absolutely clear to me. And so if I have the support of my colleagues, I would like to at least direct staff, city and CRA to work with the developer to secure an agreement if possible. And I know they still have to figure out when exactly phase 2 and how much time the developer is even willing to do. I think that's number one. If we have an agreement to put a hold on the demolition, then this gives it a chance. And then we can talk about everything else. We can talk about an RFP. We can talk about what we do with it temporarily and how we can secure the location. And if there is support for that, you know, I think we need to do some bare minimum things. I believe I was told that the residents had to lock up the building. There were no locks because, of course, there's going to be liability concerns. I'm sure the attorneys can appreciate that. So as we proceed and have further discussions about its future, I think those are bare minimum. Again, if there's consensus to direct our staff to work with the developer to secure that agreement to give us more time. So, all right, that's step one for me. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Adam, is it the demolition permit, can the owner withdraw the request for the permit? So at the very least,
Yes.
can we at least move towards getting the demolition permit canceled or withdrawn?
We can, Vice Mayor Kelly, we can certainly have those conversations with the developer. There are a number of things that he could do with that demolition permit. He could let it expire. He could withdraw it if he wanted to as well, and he could later reinstate it if so be the case. But as far as the city is concerned, there's the city is unable to cancel or revoke that permit as it exists today.
And what's the
So it would have to be up to the developer.
Okay, thank you, Adam. What's the timeline on, or what's the expiration date of that demolition permit as it sits
I
right
believe
now?
somebody mentioned from the audience that the demolition permit was issued in November. If that were the case, then it would expire 180 days from that date, if no inspections are approved.
Okay. Mayor, I support moving forward with conversations with the owner to either, at the very least, ask him if he would be willing to withdraw his application for the demo permit. I think that might buy us the time without maybe forcing him into some sort of agreement that would prohibit him from doing other things he needs to do potentially with phase 1. But to have those conversations with the owner, as far, to buy us time, and in the meantime, work on the timeline. I know that obviously, the historic designation is probably something that's gonna have to be pushed off until we own it. But I think that everyone on the dais is in agreement that that's something that will happen eventually down the line once the city or the CRA owns that home. But to start moving forward with this so that we can get a better idea of the cost plan and also just knowing that the home is protected until we have time to vet the options a little bit further to make sure we've done our due diligence on this.
Completely agreed with you, Vice Mayor. However, the exact mechanism to get us more time, I'm comfortable with it. Because like I said, with more time, and again, there's really no real rush here, right? They're not building anytime soon. That'll give us more time to get this right. Mr. Temple, you had your hand up?
Mayor, the only thing that I would add is I'm sure the property owner would probably want assurance from the city that that a designation would not take place prior to him withdrawing his demolition permit. I can only assume that he would want that assurance or protection.
Okay, let's keep going. Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you, Mayor. I do support you with your request to work together with the owner. And I did want to reiterate if we could get consensus to do a citywide survey to see kind of what the residents would like to see.
Yeah, that's
all over.
agreed.
And then while we're working with the owner, could we simultaneously work with staff to see it's not that we're making a decision, but we just want to see if it's feasible or not feasible, to see if moving the magnet in next to the Magnuson House in a different angle, potentially a 90-degree angle, would actually genuinely work or not. That's something that I'm personally interested to find out from our staff, so I would like to have some feedback report, an email, some sort of information as to, you know, is that a real possibility for us simultaneously as we continue to work with the owner. It doesn't mean that we're moving forward in that direction. It just gives me more clarity to understand if it in fact is or is not a possibility.
Sounds good to me. More information can't hurt.
One last.
Go ahead, absolutely.
Statement for legal, based on what we have shared and what we know now, have we covered all of our bases? So there's something else that we need to decide tonight or make a decision on? You know, I just don't want to be exposed if we don't have to.
I think the most important thing is really getting that timeline for his plans and see if we can't come to an agreement. As Adam Temple mentioned, he's probably going to want us to also, in addition to agree not to designate it or nominate it as a historic designation, he may want us to insure it, to protect it while it's on his property. And also the liability with keeping it on his property, boarding and securing and all of those things.
Yep.
So I would imagine that's probably something he's going to want. My suggestion would be, let's allow staff to work with him, and then once we have an agreement to terms, then that would be brought back to the commission to not just review the terms, right? Because then that just puts us further down. But let staff come up with an agreement with him that we believe, based upon your direction, the commission can live with, and then bring that back for approval. And then if there's a condition you don't agree with, then, you know, we can go back to him. That way it saves us a little bit of time, gives us more time to get things moving. And by then, we should have your survey back, which will also help you guys determine where, and it sounds like there's kind of, correct me if I'm wrong, consensus to move it next to, or at least get some hard costs on moving it and what that entails, even if, you know, just getting those costs is not that big of a deal, but an assumption, you know, what would we need in terms of, because moving it alone is not enough, right? What else needs to be done to just, even if we move it temporarily, so to get some better costs, and you know, depending on the cost, what that is, you know, your procurement process may be triggered unless the board decides to waive it. So we might have to get a couple quotes with regard to that. If not, we probably don't have the time to do an invitation to bid for that based upon the timeline, but those are also things maybe that the board will have to decide at some point.
Just wrapping up loose ends, is staff clear on direction we're going here?
A little more clarity as far as if we're doing anything as like a feasibility study to move it to the Magnuson House. Because I don't think anyone from staff would disagree that it would physically fit. It's what would be required, what would be waived, what codes in there that we're gonna have to, you know, you have handicap parking, you have elevator. There's a lot of different variables that go into this. It's not as simple as it fits. I think anyone in this room would say it would physically fit, but I may have to vacate right away. We may have to get exceptions. We may have to do a variance. There's a lot of different things. So if that is the direction of the board, they would like to see it, then I would ask that you guys would come to consensus to allow us to spend some money to hire an architect to do a feasibility study and get a survey conducted. Because we really need an updated survey. I think the last survey on there is probably at least 6, 7 years old. I don't know what's under the ground there. I don't know if there's sewer. Because I mean, I think there's an alley that runs behind the house, and then you have an alley that runs on the east side of the house. So there could be underground utilities. I don't have that on the top of my head. We were asked to bring back potential locations and a budgeted cost, and that's what you got. We, based on the information at hand, that's what we're delivering to you. So if we want more detailed information, then we need to spend a little bit of money to do that.
Thank you for that, Andrew. And on that note, because you mentioned the survey components, would it be fair to say that that would be equally useful to know for the Magnuson House?
Sure, yes. I mean, any project that you do for Magnuson is going to require updated survey within 6
Okay.
months, no
All
matter
right,
what.
so it's like, it sounds like we're getting a twofer if, if we do this. I'll support that, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Do we have clarity? All right, is there any other final comments from my colleagues?
No, thank you.
All right, so please come back to us with more information, what the developer says and those terms. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. Thank you to all the residents who came and spoke. This is progress. Again, we did have a soft agreement. We just need to get it in writing. All right, we will now come to a conclusion. Again, we will resume in 15 minutes for the regularly scheduled CRA meeting. If there's nothing else, 15, 20? All right. Yes, if we need to. All right, may I have a motion to adjourn this special meeting?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you so much, everybody. Again, give us at least 15 minutes. Staff needs to transition to our regularly scheduled CRA meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. This meeting is called to order. Good evening and welcome to the Boynton Beach Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, and the time is 7:49 p.m. As always, let me begin by reminding everybody of our rules of civility and decorum. Public speakers must address the chair and the body in general, not any particular individual in the dais or in the audience. Speakers must first be addressed by the chair, not interrupt any other speakers. Personal attacks, insults, disruptive behaviors are strictly prohibited. With that, we're going to turn now to the invocation led by Board Member Hay and our Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Chair Kelly. Let's all stand for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for another opportunity to serve. We come this evening with hearts full of gratitude as we begin this new year and gather for our first CRA board meeting of 2025. We acknowledge your presence in this place and seek your wisdom, your guidance, and blessing on every decision we make. Lord, as stewards of the resources and opportunities entrusted to us, help us to lead with integrity, compassion, and a commitment to the greater good. Inspire our hearts, Lord, and our minds to work collaboratively, always keeping the needs of our community at the heart and forefront of all of our efforts. Grant us, Lord, the clarity in decisions, unity in our discussions, and the strength to act with purpose and conviction. We pray for the well-being and the prosperity of all of our people we serve, that through our work, lives may be enriched, neighborhoods revitalized, and opportunities expanded to all. Thank you for our great staff. Let this meeting set the tone for a year filled with progress and innovation and a shared vision for the brighter future. We thank you, Lord, once again for the privilege to serve. And may everything we do here today bring glory to you and the benefit of our community of Boynton Beach, Florida. In Jesus' name we pray and ask it all. Let every heart say, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Board Member Hay and Vice Chair Kelly. I appreciate it. Moving on to agenda approval, additions, deletions, corrections to the agenda. Number one, I want to ask my colleagues if there's anything under section 16, if you could flip to the back of the agenda, CRA projects in progress, if there's anything there that you'd like to hear from staff so we can give them a heads up. Any requests?
It's a no for me today, Chair.
Could you say that one more time?
It's a no for me today.
It's a no for you? All right. Anything, any requests?
This is item 16?
Yes, if there's anything under 16 you'd like to hear.
Oh, yeah, I want to hear about the boat parade.
All right, the boat parade. Let's do 16A. All right. Anything else?
No, that's
Okay.
fine. Thanks, Chair.
All right, I do have one request this evening for a future discussion item. I would like for us to have a conversation about considering a pay raise for our acting executive director, Tim Tack. He has been here for over a year serving in that capacity, and I think it's well-deserved. He's worked really hard in this past year to keep the ship together and keep it going.
Amen on that.
All right, we'll have a future conversation about that.
I'll consider that. I'm kidding. No, Tim knows he's great.
Did you say you'd consider that?
If there's anything else from my colleagues, Commissioner Hay, anything from you? Board Member Hay?
No, I'm good.
Okay, anybody?
No, thank you. We're good.
All right, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended, say aye.
Moved. Second.
I'm sorry, if there's a motion, I heard, I got a little ahead.
1 second, Chair.
Yes.
I think it was 15B.
We were going to remove 15.
Thank you. Yes, we just went through that.
That's right, yeah. So 15B for anyone that's here in the audience or online. 15B was about the Andrews House, but we've already had that discussion in the previous special meeting, so we'll remove 15B. And, there are other items here that are related. So for example, 14C and 15A, they're about the executive director search. We'll address those simultaneously. D and E of 15, also related. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
There was a motion from Board Member Cruz and a second from Board Member Hay. All right, all those in favor of the motion to approve the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone? All right, motion passes unanimously. Let's turn now to legal. If you have any legal updates, Ms. Rosmel.
Good evening, Board. No legal updates tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Informational items and disclosures by board members and CRA staff. Let's begin on my right this time with Board Member Cruz, if you have any info or
I did
disclosures.
have the applicant for 15C reach out for a meeting. No meeting has been set yet, but I did want to disclose that they reached out.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a conversation in a meeting with the representatives regarding 15C. Thank you.
15C. Likewise, I've had phone conversations and I had a sit-down meeting with representatives from for 15C as well. All right, Board Member Hay.
And I too have spoken with the applicant for 15C, Bonnie-Misco.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll continue. Informational items, Section 8 of the agenda. Is there any item there that you'd like to hear? If not, we'll just keep moving forward. Anything you want to hear under Section 8? No? No? All right, with that, we will move forward to public comments. Public comment is for items on consent. If there's anything under consent that you'd like to speak about, or items that are not on the agenda at all. As always, it's 3 minutes per person. Please approach the podium, state your name for the record. After we conclude with those in person, we'll go to those online. 1 second, let me get to the timer. Begin when you're ready, sir.
Yes, Mark here, George. And 8B, the Cottage District has been something that goes back 5 executive directors and has cost the city a lot of money, the CRA a lot of money over the years. Back when Ms. Bright was director, we overpaid for some stuff. And it's nice to see that area being cleared and prepped. Hopefully this year in 2025, we'll actually see something come out of the ground. So I was curious about that. Secondly, when we get down to 14C, as well as some other things there, 15A, et cetera, hopefully you'll have some public comment on that as well. And so that's what I wanted to bring to your attention. I also commend Tim on doing a phenomenal job. Recently, he got his FRA certification, and that just means he's even more qualified. And doing both jobs has not been easy. I'm a little jealous he hasn't gone gray yet. And, I'm sure that'll come if you continue to have him doing the work level that he's been doing. And he's got a great team. It's one of the best teams around. That isn't the problem in getting someone in that position. It's not the team. There's other issues that I'm sure you're well aware of that are making people run for the hills. So I won't comment on that any further, but thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comments? All right, is there anybody online? I see nobody online. Yes, Board Member Hay?
There was no one online?
There's nobody
I
online?
was gonna, based on what the speaker just stated, the Cottage District now has a fence around there, and they have about a 2-foot canvas around the bottom of it. Is there any intention, or are they gonna raise that up a little bit as things progress?
Well, the
Make that at
The
least
little
4.
portion you're talking about, that's the silt fence. That's required for the NPDS requirements or the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. They're required to put that in to make sure that the soils don't migrate off-site, and contaminate our waterways. If you're asking if there's some sort of screening that's going to be added later, that's something I can convey with Pulte and they can talk to that effect.
I would like to see that because it kind of cuts down on temptations and dust and not always a desirable look and view. So if he would be so kind.
Yeah, we can definitely coordinate with Pulte to see if that's something that they'll be willing to do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Anything else from my colleagues while we're on this? Okay, so public comments is now concluded. We're going to move on to consent agenda. Are there any items under consent that my colleagues would like to pull for discussion? Going once, going twice. Hearing none, we have a motion to approve consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I heard a motion from Board Member Cruz, second from Board Member Hay. All those in favor of the motion to approve the entirety of consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. Congratulations to all of you on those grant disbursements. Moving on to section 13, CRA Advisory Board. 13A is just a list of dates for their 2025 meetings. Tim, was there anything else that needed to be said, or this is more informational, right?
That is for informational purposes. They agreed to those dates and they voted on those dates, and that's what they've
All
confirmed.
right. And while we have you, Tim, if you could go into 13B, the pending assignments, give us a brief overview of the status, and then we'll proceed to a presentation from our CRA Advisory Board.
All right, so as you're aware, you did assign reviewing the CRA plan, and the CRAB Board, or the CRA Advisory Board, has been working diligently to go through the CRA plan district by district, and tonight they will be presenting their findings to you to provide their input on what they believe should be added to the next CRA updated plan. So,
all right, great. Thank you for that. Let's proceed now to the presentations. Will the two representatives please come up? So this is a report on the pending assignments from our CRA Advisory Board to see where they are and any recommendations they may have.
also, 1 second,
Yes.
just as a point, if there's some discussion on future new assignments, we will be looking for some additional assignments that the board, the advisory board could look at doing. The properties have been kind of hit or miss, so if there's any additional items that you guys can think of or future assignments, we'd appreciate that as well.
All right, wonderful. All right, we have our two friends here this evening. Welcome. Glad you're both here. All right, take it away, whoever wants to begin first. And state your name for the record, of course.
Good evening. My name's Naomi Cobb, and I am the chair of the CRA Advisory Board. For the audience, the Boynton Beach Community Redevelopment Agency serves the community by guiding redevelopment activities such as affordable housing, free business, promotional events, and small business funding programs that create a vibrant downtown core and revitalize neighborhoods within the agency's 1,650 acres along the eastern edge of the city. What I'd like to do now is to introduce our advisory board members. I am here, I'm Naomi Cobb. Cortland McQuire is our vice chair. We have Cameron Maharaj, Leisha Roundtree, Alexandra Lopresto, Chevette Gatson, and Thomas Remicchio. It comprises our board. At this time, Cortland will present our findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Thank you, Commission, Mayor, staff. My name's Court McQuire, 506 Whispering Pines. And we had been assigned almost a year ago exactly, a pretty exciting project. And we're here to present just our findings, our suggestions to you as the CRA. These are ideas. We would hope that you'd take a look at them, listen to them, and see what you think of them. We've been working with Tim and Vicky and staff, and want to thank them because it's been a long road. We did a lot of research over the many, many months. So we started off with a 2016 basically community redevelopment plan that was enacted October 4th, 2016. And while it was ambitious, it's no longer quite aligning with the current needs and aspirations of Boynton Beach residents and visitors.
Could I ask you to pause one moment?
Yes.
IT, if we could, or whoever has the clicker, could we move the slides along with him so we can follow along?
Or why not?
Okay. I just want to make sure we're on this right slide, Court.
Yeah, that's the right one right there.
All right.
So the city's evolving rapidly, as we all know, and it's time to reimagine this plan to better reflect today's priorities, emphasizing sustainable growth, vibrant public spaces, diverse housing options, and attractions that appeal to both locals and tourists. A refreshed vision will ensure Boynton Beach remains a thriving, dynamic community that meets the demands of our future. As you all know, things are going to be changing here in the next 5 years, and it's exciting. I know you know this, but for the public record, there is 7 districts technically in our CRA district. And the federal district is actually divided into 2 different ones, a north and a south one. We have a downtown district, which encompasses our marina area, so we're going to talk a little bit about that. Our cultural district, Boynton Beach Boulevard district, the heart of Boynton, and the industrial/craft district. So we're going to give you our recommendations and thoughts and our brainstorming over the year as to this. If we go to the next one. These are some of our recommendations kind of highlighted, and then we're going to go into each specific district and highlight what we found in our discovery. We want to basically educate the residents in the CRA about the districts. We feel like there could be better communication with that. Reevaluate the district boundaries and consider renaming. And I'll just throw one idea out here. We're not in here today to recommend new names or anything of that nature, but we were thinking that some of them don't quite make a sense. And this is one example that the board kept coming to, is creating a marina district. Because currently our marina is our heartbeat of our water and our access to the Atlantic and to the charter fishing, and it's called downtown. So that would be just one example where we would look to your guidance into potentially renaming that. Reevaluate the Boynton Beach CRA branding to align with the city's evolving identity. That's just basically fancy words for, how about a new logo, right? We're gonna have a whole new emerging downtown. Let's refresh our brand. Let's take a look at our logo. Implementing a comprehensive multimodal connectivity plan that will enhance connectivity, accessibility, and efficiency across all districts, ensuring equitable mobility options, residents and visitors throughout the city. We have been added to a nice feather to our cap, but we'd like to look to expand other mobility options, and also outside of the district, the CRA district would be nice as well. We can go to the next one. Recommendations continued. So consider creating a new tagline that would better encompass our diverse city. It's, basically the gateway to the Gulf Stream, which is great. I like it, but maybe we should just consider a new positioning that would highlight and sort of give some more color to all our districts, not just the water. The next one is explore partnerships with live local projects to incorporate a potential bodega or grocery store, particular adjacent to the heart of Boynton District, enhancing accessibility to support our growing downtown. We always wanted one in the heart of Boynton, but if we can't get one there, how about right next to it? That's what we were discussing. Engage community residents to collaborate with the CRA to rename some streets. We're not saying all or anything, but take a look at some of these key new arteries that will be emerging adjacent or into our basic downtown, and reflect that particular area of the district's unique cultural heritage and character. Examine and coordinate potential funding for infrastructure improvements for all districts, water, sewage, etc. Continue land banking opportunities. We've been doing this for the whole year, and we've been going at it, and I think we've made some success there. And of course, this could be used for affordable housing, mixed-use retail, office, hotel. That's something that would be great for redevelopment. So we're going to jump to the Federal Highway Corridor District. I put these together, so just north and south. I know the gateway feature on our north end is pretty good, but we really want to take a look at our south end and enhancing our gateway or our entry features. So we have that sense of destination and really hit people over the head that you're entering Boynton Beach. Implement marketing and techniques and attraction programs to encourage business, restaurants, and retails to relocate within our districts, expand and start new operations within our districts, expand sidewalks and pedestrian areas along that federal corridor when and if possible. Go to the next one. Our downtown district, big problem that we all know about is parking. And that encompassed a lot of our dialogue over the year. And one of the things that we think is kind of the low-hanging fruit, I hate to use that cliche, but is those surface lots, whether they're ours or privately owned. Let's lease them up or prep them for temporary parking for the years to come while our downtown is emerging until we have a beautiful structured parking garage at some point. Also beautify the federal highway corridor, trees for shade and cooling, landscaping, hardscaping, wider sidewalks, decorative lighting, and public art. We had a great conversation and brainstorm, and one of our members came up with, at Veterans Park, it was a great event this past Veterans Day, but at night, you really can't see anything there. It just doesn't pop. So we were thinking some red, white, and blue lighting, so you could see that in the evening, and it can come to life and activate that corridor. Once again, we're mentioning acquire or partner, potentially a partnership with another developer, public-private partnership for a grocery store that may be coming in. Could be under Live Local Act. It could be under, just another project. Maybe we can partner with them to provide that grocery. Enhance maintenance and safety and cleanliness to accommodate pedestrians. I mean, in 4, 5, 6 years' time, it is going to be a huge pedestrian area, and a lot of people don't realize that in our community, and we need to start preparing for that. We're jumping to the cultural district. That's number 4 on the map, and it's a really tiny little spot there, but it's a pretty neat area, and we definitely want to identify that, with some gateway or some sense of arrival. Splash pads like in West Palm Beach were mentioned to attract families and children. We thought that would really kind of highlight the area and engage families. Family-friendly features like that. Enhance lighting, implement wayfinding and signage, add foliage and trees, palm trees, flowers, etc. Designate the area as a unique district within Boynton Beach. Almost give this kind of like a special accent is what the board was thinking when they were creating it, like that particular area, whether it's paving the entire area or coming up with something unique to really identify it. Provide markets and services to support increased development and density. These are green markets, potentially. We also want to preserve historic buildings, in particular the Andrews House, and although it be small, it's a pioneer village that can be by the Oscar Magnuson House, and we also like the idea of putting it on that particular property. Expand and preserve the art component throughout the corridor. We're moving on to 5 Boynton Beach Boulevard District. Improve or install additional sidewalks, decorative lighting. A lot of these are, pretty much needed all of downtown and the CRA district. Install gateway feature to this particular area and increase wayfinding and neighborhood identification signage. We spent a lot of time on the heart of Boynton. That's where the grocery store is needed. And we looked at a lot of properties. Tim was rolling up his sleeve and came with a lot of properties, but none were quite big enough to really make it happen. But something might come around the corner, you never know. We're still looking. So we're looking to do that. We want to solicit more community input, include a farmers or green market, and the MLK Junior entry project by the train station there was approved by our board and is going through, and they gave 3 wonderful presentations, staff did, and we picked our favorite, and that can also be used as a green market or a quiet space or just a gathering place for families. So that's exciting. We look to improve older homes in the area, enhance community greening initiatives, once again, looking to, in particular here, really reach out to the city and take a look at maybe renaming some streets that kind of identify with that particular area. And the last one is our industrial district. We had a lot of interesting conversations here, and, you know, maybe some of it's really pie in the sky, but, you know, maybe you should just throw it out there, right? And I'll just, you know, of course it can't be Wynwood, but we were, you know, the baby Wynwood was like kind of where we started, right? So transform the industrial area into more of a destination. It really is a bit of an eyesore. I think we all know that, and you've mentioned it many times. So some of our ideas are install a paved West End walkway where the cars are just parked on dirt and mud right now. So spend the money to at least have some nice on-street parking there on Industrial Avenue on the West End. Also create a paved walkway adjacent, if possible, to that. That would have to be looked at by staff to see the possibility for that, but with walking. People could walk there maybe and take a little workout. Identify land for parking and or turnarounds or just to purchase and bank. Promote future residential and commercial redevelopment. Now, I know it doesn't appear to be a residential area, but there's a lot of interesting micro-housing opportunities and new projects that are coming up in other parts of the county and state that, you know, people, there's other ways to achieve affordable housing, right? You can do, you know, small housing. Improve lighting, and we all kind of talked about that quite a bit. Lighting's not so great there. Enhance the streetscape and landscaping, create activation areas for art. Maybe we can bring back a city-sponsored art event there that we control and have as part of our program. Add street signage. One of the police officers keeps attending our meetings, and thank you for that. And he recommended, and we like the CPTED principles, and that's the crime prevention through environmental design. We think that we should look to that when creating a plan for that particular project. This should probably be number one. Install like an entrance sign. Let's something there, because when you come in, you really just see nothing pretty. So I think that was one of our definite musts, if possible. Address code enforcement to clean and beautify the area. There's a lot of junk basically there. And work with business owners to enhance and beautify their properties. And that concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Cobb and Cortland McGuire. Before you leave, my colleagues may have questions for both of you. I know there's a lot in here that I wanted to discuss, but it's going to be a long night. So I'm going to make a few comments, but is there anything from my colleagues that you'd like to ask for either one of them?
I just wanted to make the comment. I'm glad to hear about the lighting in the Veterans Park. That's something that's been on my sheet for a long time, because I noticed when I coming from south, Boca Raton, Delray, when I get to Boynton, it's dark. And especially when I pass by Boynton Beach Boulevard and I look over there, and it's really a dark spot. So I like the idea of lighting that up with even the red, white, and blue. I think that would be tremendous. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair or Board Member Cruz. Any one of you have any questions for them?
No, just thank you. You know, as somebody who has sat on the CRAB board and been given some just menial tasks to do for the sake of having a task to do, I really was thoughtful in providing, you know, some tasks that I thought would benefit us on the CRA board, but also would benefit you as volunteers on this board to really feel like you were, you know, a part of, you know, our CRA and the CRA plan. So I just thank you for your hard work in this project and providing a very thorough list of ideas and creative ways that we can enhance and improve our downtown area, because that's, you know, definitely our goal and kind of the reason for giving you this task was there's only 5 of us. And so if we can double the numbers and get double the creativity and double the ideas, then we're doing something good. So I just wanted to thank you for really, delving into this task and taking ownership on it. And I just appreciate you very much. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, board member. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Naomi and Court, thank you so much for your hard work, for your dedication to the city. I know you guys have done really hard work doing research, really learning all of our CRA districts, how each one's very specific. You talked about the marina, you talked about the downtown and federal corridor. So thank you for taking the time to learn more about the city, to care for the city, and to really serve in the capacity that you have to bring these recommendations over to us for consideration for the CRA plan. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to thank all of you all for the appointees that you sent to the CRA board. They have done some hard work. So thank you for all of the appointees and future appointees.
Excellent. Thank you. And as for myself, don't go on just yet. As for myself, you said so many wonderful things in your presentation, and I love so many of it, from the decorative lighting to mentioning septet, that's really important, to even micro-housing in that industrial space. I mean, if you want to promote art, I think micro-housing tiny homes, that might be a perfect place for it. I want to ask you just a few couple of questions to dig a little bit deeper. So, for example, when you mentioned you wanted more mobility, have you guys had discussions about what other kinds of mobility? Was it scooters, or was there any discussions on specifics, or are you going to circle back to that?
I mean, what you see a lot of in Miami, there's bicycle programs, there's scooter programs, there's a lot of electric vehicles for a personal nature. That's what we discussed mostly, but it was mentioned, now that you say it, potentially in downtown have Lyft and Uber spaces, like a taxi stand for that, designated to help people in and out of the city.
Part of our reasoning is because transportation needs all over the country are changing, and people are using less of their automobiles and alternative ways, including walking, including electric bicycles to get around. So I think that in all of our areas, they would appreciate having spaces to be able to create that in all of our areas.
Thank you. Just one more. In fact, last night I had dinner somewhere, and next to the restaurant there was a splash pad, and I saw so many families and kids out. When you mentioned the splash pad, did you have or did the board discuss potential locations for that? Where did you think that might be best?
In the cultural district, we thought about that. We have two of our board members who happen to be teachers. And so we're always thinking about, and me as a grandparent, always thinking about where we can bring not just the adults, but our children to be able to have fun in the city, and not just at the library, the children's museum, but that they are out and enjoy our city as much as the adults do.
And you also mentioned, I said that was going to be the last, but one more. You mentioned changing street names, and I thought that could be a wonderful thing. As I've said it before, when it comes to public art, you want art that expresses the community, right? And people that are important to that community, and the values important to that community. So I hope you continue the conversation about street names. I think if there's prominent figures that you want to honor, I would love to hear that.
Just sitting here tonight with the historical conversation, I think that incorporating that as a part of honoring those who came before us and the shoulders that we stand on, I think it would be a really good idea. And that's in all of the areas. It's not just any one particular area, because a lot of people helped to develop this city and created what we're trying to improve on today.
All right.
One more.
Yeah, go ahead. We're really interested. You had a lot of good stuff here.
The city of Boynton Beach is one of few cities in the country that has 2 Heisman Trophy winners. Right here from
There we go.
That's right.
And we're talking about putting up statues and monuments or whatever. I'd like to see your group research that. Maybe even talking with the city, what can be done in our city to acknowledge that. We need to market that. any other city would be sticking their chests out to have two Heisman Trophy winners from the same city, unheard of. So put that on your list also, okay?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, since we're talking about items for new assignments, I know I talked to Tim today about new assignments, and we had a long conversation earlier today about, historic preservation. And one of the things that Tim and I spoke about today was that because you're on this kind of CRA plan and now having kind of a little bit more of a glimpse into what the public wants to see. I was talking to Tim today about, maybe you looking a little bit more into what, if anything, would you change in your recommendations on the plan of historic nature, or creating, some sort of, where and how would you incorporate the historic aspect based on conversations that were had today. And so that also might be a good, future assignment also, if you're up for the task, is just seeing, whether that be incorporating it within a district that already exists or creating something else, or, but looking at, if we need to change the plan, this is the time to do it. And if it doesn't fit in the plan that we have now, what do we need to do, or what, to make sure that that is part of the CRA plan, since it looks like, our downtown, our CRA district is where those historic homes would stay and be housed, so how that would change, or if at all.
Community input in all of our meetings are critical. Commissioner Hay comes to one of the meetings that Pastor Dames does and talks about a lot of the things that the community need to know about. I attend some things, Cortland does, all of us do in our own capacities, because that's part of our role as volunteers, is to promote what's going on in our city, and we do that each in our own way. And we don't get a lot of people to come to our meetings, but I think they know what's going on because we're out in the community talking about what's going on. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Anything else? Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you.
Great job, and to the entire
Great
board,
job.
thank you. Let's continue. We're on section 14A, continued discussion and consideration of Circuit Transit Inc.'s contract for on-demand transportation services.
Excuse me, Board Chair.
Yes.
Just for point of clarification in
Yes.
regards to new assignments. So we're going to be looking at opportunities for some sort of monument for our Heisman recipients, right?
Well,
Probably a location.
It was in the context of street renaming, but I'd be open to that too.
Okay. I
You
just want
said
to get
monument.
clarification
That's-
on the assignment,
Yeah,
or maybe it's
I'm-
creative ideas.
Board
I
member
don't know.
mentioned.
Okay,
Statute, whatever.
yeah.
Okay,
Either one
so
is
let
great.
the creativity fly. And then in regards to Board Member Kelly, you're looking at recommendations for changing or inclusion of possible historic, either districts or ways to incorporate historic preservation within our CRA plan.
Right, and if our goal or the plan is to kind of contain the historic homes or create, keep them within the cultural district, so to speak, how, if any, would the name of that district change if it does? Or does it just, or do we just?
Yeah, because
enhance
certainly
it?
some of the challenges with the cultural district is we're already between two developments.
Right.
Like over 2/3 or close to 2/3 meeting our vision per our CRA plan. So certainly that's a challenge, and maybe it's a different district, or maybe we carve out part of the district, or, what they can view at or look at and see if they have any suggestions. So, okay, cool.
I mean, it may be a challenge because, then we have the potential hotel site in between, and so then so just look at, some options on, or what, if anything, we need to do at this point to incorporate it in the plan.
Got it.
Thank you.
And Tim, for myself, if we could just narrow down specifics about a potential splash pad, and how could we make that possible? Is it part of another project or some open area we already have? So I would love to push that forward.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, was there anything else, staff, for clarification? Okay.
I think we're good.
Let's continue then to 14A. Would you like to give us a brief overview? And I'm not sure who is available, Jason Bagsley or Elena. Either one available in the room? Because I don't see them online. So Tim, just go ahead and give us an overview. The circuit item.
Got a little ahead of myself there for a second. So this item is just relatively for discussion to let you know that the CRA staff met with city staff back in December to discuss the opportunities for possible expansion outside of the CRA district. They are looking to keep it the status quo, keep it operating as the way it is. So I just wanted to let you know that we will be bringing back the ILA and the amendment to the agreement to go ahead and be reviewed in February to continue that service, just as we've been providing it throughout the CRA district. And the other part of that is we'll be looking at, rather than doing 6 months with another option to review, in 6 months, we'll be looking at potentially doing it for a year with the option to renew it for a couple years and being able to piggyback off of the current contract. We're just going to be looking for input from a staff level. If you're going to want the executive director to have that signing authority, or if you want to reserve that for the board, and if you want to bring it back to the board every year to look at it or not. So we're going to be looking for direction on that in February. And that's really it. That's just an update.
Perfect.
Anything else? Council, were you about to chime in?
I just wanted to let the board know if they wanted to provide that direction. Now, of course, we would certainly hear it, but the agreement would be before you in February.
Regarding the signatory?
We can just draft it however you would decide tonight, if that's an option, or you can defer to the next meeting. Up to you.
I'm okay with the chair, obviously. But all of you would review it, of course. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, let's continue. 14B, continued discussion and consideration of MLK Junior Boulevard Corridor Mixed-Use Project Update, Heart of Boynton Shops.
As the public may be aware, the MLK Corridor Commercial Redevelopment is 124 multifamily rental units as well as 8,250 square feet of leasable commercial space. We are looking on the commercial aspect for tonight's update. We, as staff, are continually working with Centennial Management on getting the tenants through the process, as well as identifying how the tenants would like to proceed, whether they would like to utilize Centennial as the contractor, or if they would like to implement their own contractor. We did that in the form of a form in which Centennial is aware of how they would be doling out the developer contribution, which is 50,000 divided by 7 equally. And we're also working with Centennial on bridging some of the issues with the construction escalation costs with a few of the tenants, because that may be cost prohibitive in their ability to move forward. As well as we are looking at how we're going to proportion out the CRA's contribution to the individual the tenants. And we're continually working through with Centennial, and we'll be meeting more on a weekly basis until this comes to fruition.
Okay, I'm good, thank you. Any questions for him? Okay, let's keep going.
No, I just want to, I'm sorry.
All right, that's
Sorry,
okay, it's all
Chair.
right.
I want to make sure that and I know you are, Tim, and I know staff is staying on top of it, but, I want to get an update every meeting on this to make sure that the tenants are staying informed, and not just by us, because I know I have full confidence that Bonnie and you and all the staff are keeping them informed and keeping in touch with them. But there has been a disconnect between the developer and the tenants, and I want to be on top of this to make sure that, we don't lose any more tenants because of miss or non-information. being provided by the developer. This is really, this has been a frustrating, as you know, from my last comments on this matter.
Absolutely.
This is something that's been very frustrating to me and to the rest of the board, that this was a project, and especially on the commercial level, that we really, everyone, and even on the former board, really embraced the commercial piece and component of this, and making sure that these were local tenants. And we have, and staff have done everything that we can in our power to help these tenants. And it's very disappointing when we hear that we've lost tenants at no fault of ours or theirs.
Right.
And so I want to make sure that we are, we're holding, and I know you are, Tim, holding their feet to the fire and holding them, you know, but I want to get updates from you. If
Certainly.
we run
And
into
I
any
think
issues.
it would probably be beneficial to have a representative from Centennial Management at the next February meeting to give an update on that report.
That would be
On
great.
where they're at
Mhm.
and what they're doing to
Yeah.
alleviate these. We've had conversations with Centennial in regards to material escalation, and that, you know, they're trying their best to provide a cost that's, you know, best, you know, guaranteed maximum price type thing.
Yeah.
But they keep saying the volatility, you know, there's a little bit of risk. And I don't know if the board would consider any additional consideration for those tenants because of what they're looking at. That may be a topic of discussion, I don't know. But certainly, it would not be, of my opinion, that if it's something that's being caused by the developer, that's something the CRA should have to be bearing the burden of. And we've made it very clear that they need to get it down to the maximum price, or the best price they need to get it to, so that they can make a business decision. I'm just, at staff level, there may be some consideration in regards to possibly additional contribution it would be the will of the board to provide that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to consider that, but I feel like this is completely on the fault of the developer, as my position was made clear at the last meeting that we had this conversation. And so my position would be, barring any insane reasons, that they should be responsible for any cost increase to something that they were already going to provide, but for their delays that we're in this position. So, I mean, that's just me speaking for myself, but I think that, you know, I do like your suggestion that they come to the next meeting and provide us with an update. I think then we'll be 3 months. I think that was the November meeting when he was he was last here.
That's correct.
So that will be 3 months since then, and I think that that's plenty, would have given him plenty of time to get their act together and start moving this forward. So I'm happy and comfortable with that idea, and I thank you for you know, keeping their feet to the fire and
We will
keeping
be
them
happy to
on
convey the
task.
message.
Perfect, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. All right, anything else? Okay, so we're going to continue. Item 14C and 15A are related, and they're both need to be removed from the table. We have a motion to remove item 14C off the table.
So moved.
Second.
And we have a second from Board Member A. All those in favor of removing from the table item 14C, say aye. Aye. All right, motion passes. The item has been placed back here on the dais. Item 15A, we have a motion to remove from the table.
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Chair. All those in favor of removing item 15A from the table, say aye.
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 Okay. So, this is 14A, continued discussion and consideration of search for the new executive director, and 15A is the list of possible recruitment firms that this board could select from. Tim, take it away.
Yep, as directed by the board, previously you had the path to how we were going to navigate this outlined here. Staff has provided a listing of candidates that were interested in the position for your review, and whether you would like to move forward. What we're looking for tonight, potentially, is looking at candidates that you would like to potentially interview. So this is before you for your discussion and consideration.
All right, thank you. As for myself, I'm prepared to move forward with signing on board a executive search firm, and two of them stood out. I think they were the two additions. They have a great deal of past success stories. If you look in the back of the documents, they list so many different cities, from city managers to redevelopment experts to even public works directors. So I think any of those two are great options, and that's where I am. But if my colleagues would like to chime in, let's pull up that list of the executive search firms so our board can see it. First of all, is there anything, would any of my colleagues like to interview any of the applicants so far? Or do we just want to go directly into the executive search firm? I see a no from Board Member Hayes. Just go directly to executive search firm?
Right.
Okay. All right. Now, between everyone here, does anybody have any strong preferences between the list? I'm comfortable with the bottom two on the list. Tim, do you have any commentary about these?
Just keep in mind that, the bottom two that you mentioned, as well as Prime Headhunting, are offering a fixed price. They do have, warranties or guarantees of being able to successfully place someone, or otherwise they would, go out and do the process again at no charge. Some of them have also, within a year, if it doesn't work out, that they would do the same as well. Like you said, I think the bottom two represent a lot of success, particularly in government-type positions, as opposed to the others. But certainly the fixed price is going to be contingent upon how much you bring the executive director in at, so that gives you a little more wiggle room. Plus, as far as our procurement, if you decided to go with something that's above over, 50,000, we would have to do, potentially competitively bid, or we would have to look at possibly a purchasing cooperative, but I don't know if that would necessarily fit what we're trying to achieve. So certainly the two that you did mention fall within our, our purchasing guidelines that we like to abide by as provided by the city.
And Tim, I might need your help to remember this, but I think it may have been the Renee Narlock and Associates who have actually found positions for some of the neighboring cities for us. I think that may have been the one with Del Rey. I'm just also looking at if there's any local success stories, not just Florida in general, but just I might need my memory refreshed there.
I think you'll actually see that in both of them.
In both of them?
I think there may be, again, that's part of their marketing, so you may not get a full picture of the experiences or the successes that they've had. I think the bottom one may have been more regional. Colin.
Their lists were extensive.
It is, and it may be overwhelming, actually. But, to me, I based upon the way their process goes, I don't have any exceptions or anything that would make them, any of these could, do the job.
Yes, but we are looking specifically for a CRA director.
Right.
I don't recall, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't recall reading a CRA director. There were community development, there was some variation of that. I don't know if that will have an impact, and I don't think it should, but I have to ask, will it have an impact in
Well, I think to
identifying
your
CRA
point,
directors?
one of these recruiters that have more connections and ties to Florida is probably going to be a little more apt to being able to bring in a CRA executive director. If you start looking out of state, you're probably going to be looking at more economic development or other, not necessarily within the same line or as our state statutes require. They maybe have their own special districts or their own type of community improvement districts or something very similar, out of the state of Florida. But again, I think any of these ones can do the job as long as they're actively, seeking. But to your point, the two that were just recently added, I'm going to chop up their names. I apologize, but the bottom two listed there that you can see, they definitely have a lot of government experience.
Go ahead.
I would support your recommendation. for the one, I think it's the Renee one, which brings in local, specifically CRAs. I think it's important to have the differentiation between economic development and CRA specifically, so I would support that.
Yes, me too. That's a Florida, they're a Florida-based business, and just looking at their backups, you know, it's Delray, West Palm.
The Renee.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
Would you mind
Lauderdale,
pulling up their actual
Boca
proposal
Raton.
to demonstrate what they're discussing?
Yeah, pull up the list. I think it's towards the back.
Yeah, that would be good.
There we go. I see West Palm.
Yeah, there's
see
Boca
Delray?
Raton,
Yeah.
there's Delray, there's Fort Lauderdale, Coral Springs.
Yep, Margate.
Mm-hmm.
Miami Beach.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I will support this.
Yes.
And
Just 1 second to be
Yes.
fair. Would you mind pulling up Colin as well? I just don't want him, you know.
yeah, to be fair, that's
Right.
fine. It's good.
So Board Member Cruz, you put that in form of motion? Is that all right, Board Chair?
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
But before you do, just
Before you do
see
that.
this, pull up this list and see it first.
You're
I
going to
thought
be
they were
looking
both
at
good,
towards the
honestly.
bottom. There you go. I mean, it's just,
Mm-hmm.
you got West Palm, St. Lucie. That's what I was trying to say. It's
Right,
not
it's-
necessarily, one or the other is more regional. I mean, they both
Okay.
equally have, you know, a lot of success stories in regards. And they're looking at anywhere between, you know, city managers, engineers, economic redevelopment, community development. They're really both focused on government, so.
With that, I still support the recommendation by Board Member Cruz.
Can I go back to the regular agenda? The item.
Just because it had more local connections from the list.
Okay, so, I'm gonna make a motion to select S. Renee Narlock and Associates to move forward with the executive, search firm for the, hiring of a potential CRA executive director.
Second.
All right.
We wanna look at time frame for when we wanna hear back from them, like 30, 60, or it's just whenever they kind of
How does
let
that
us
work,
know?
Tim?
How
I
does it
believe
work?
it's outlined within their proposal, their exact time frame, but it's, I am pretty sure, and I'm going from memory, so I apologize. They're going to be looking at a, you know, a candidate list is going to judge their time frame. So
Perfect. Yeah, what I don't want to do is I don't want to rush it. It's a very important decision, and I want to make sure that we have sufficient time not only for the firm to look and interview, but also for us to also do that on our end. That's all.
Great. And council, a brief question for you. Does this mean you need to come back to the board with a final agreement, or a motion to select is sufficient?
If you would like to authorize your executive director to sign all necessary agreements, and your legal staff as well, they'll have to sign the affidavit of non-human trafficking, et cetera. If you would just like to authorize us to move forward, we can do that.
Yep, comfortable with that. All right. We have a motion, and I believe you were the second. The Board Member Hay was the second. All those in favor of the motion to select S. Renee Narlock and Associates, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. All right, great, let's keep going. Remember that 15B, we removed from the table. We already had a discussion on we removed from the agenda because we already had that special meeting. This brings us to 15C. All right, you guys ready? Discussion and consideration of tax increment funding request from Time Equities for the Town Square project located at 100 East Ocean Avenue. This evening, we have Mr. Bradley Miller, Rob Singer, and Ms. Bonnie Miskell. All right.
Bradley Miller.
And we've got a PowerPoint?
We do.
Okay. Hey, Bradley.
Good evening. Good to see all of you again. Bradley Miller here from Urban Design Studio, 610 Clematis in West Palm Beach, and representing Time Equities and this TIF agreement. What we want to do tonight is, I'm going to give just a little bit of background to, I know you guys are familiar with the Town Square project with time equities, but also for the public to understand where we came from, and then Bonnie and Robert will go through the details. And what we're trying to do, we know there's a lot of information here, is to get the information out to you publicly so it can be hashed around, work on questions, details, and then see where it goes at the end of this. So with that said, time equities came into the Town Square deal a couple of years ago. If you recall, I'm sure you do recall, there was Town Square is a public-private partnership. We're in the public part of the partnership in the building, this beautiful building you have here now. And the prior developer failed to deliver the private side of it with the residential development and the parking garages for the north parcel, the south parcel. Time equities, I consider them the white knight, came in and negotiated deals with the prior developer, with the city, and the net result was they ended up taking over that project, which eliminated the lawsuit that was endeavored by the prior developer. There was a land swap involved. We worked on agreements for parking. There was the actual purchase. There's a lot of things happened on May 23rd. I jumped too quick. Time equities, they're able to do this, starting with their founder, Francis Greenberg, who's on the screen, who wanted to be here tonight, but unfortunately became ill. Robert Cantor is also there leading the way, and Robert Singer, who I know you have all met and has been either by my side or me by his side through this whole project. And he's here tonight, along with Bonnie Miskell for the council. They are a substantial company. They're based out of New York, but they have projects in 8 different countries. They have about 56 years or more of business with an asset fund of $6 billion. They can do some magical things, including, this was their last project, which is about a 75-story building in Chicago. The lenders that were part of the Chicago project have both been here to Boynton Beach looking at assisting with Town Square. So in May of '23, there was the big approval here of the things I was mentioning before. There's a development agreement that paved the way for resolving the litigation, for a land swap of the corner piece at Seacrest and Boynton to what's now the city's potential future hotel site. There's several different agreements for parking and for infrastructure, so on and so forth. It allowed time equities to actually purchase the properties, which they've done. And now we're working into these next stages. In May of 2024, we came through with the site plan approvals for both the north and the south properties. And what we're doing here now, and I know you get this, Town Square is so vital here to the city, but part of this whole deal is it'll be able to recoup monies to pay off the $8.5 million bond that's outstanding with the city now for the Town Square deal. Just quickly to remind everybody that the plan itself, Boynton Beach Boulevard is on the left side of the screen, and then Second Avenue is on the very right-hand side of the screen. The purple areas are, we're actually sitting, or standing, I'm standing, most everybody's sitting, in the larger purple area in the bottom right-hand corner in City Hall. So the purple is the civic components, the public components of Town Square. The green is the north to the left and the south parcels that time equities now owns, and the blue is the future hotel site. And what that totals up to, just go down the column on the right-hand side, the entire project, north and south parcels combined, are 898 residential units, over 2,000 parking spaces, of which 473 of those are under city control. There's 23,500 square feet of retail, and all of that totals up to close to $500,000 in cost, million, sorry. I always leave the last 3 zeros out. Thank you, Robert. It's substantial, and they've gone great efforts to put a huge interest into the city of Boynton Beach. So from a graphic standpoint, again, to the left is Boynton Beach Boulevard and the north parcel in green, and to the right is the south parcel in green with the city complexes together, and then with the development of both the north-south parcels, this becomes a reality. And likewise, from a different direction, Boynton to the left, you're looking south down Seacrest. It's a similar situation, which really blends out the whole development of Town Square with the remainder parcel for your hotel site. And as I go through just some of the architecture, I'm going to ask Bonnie to come up, and Bonnie and Robert, and they're going to go through the rest of the details with the TIF agreement and continue those discussions, because honestly, that goes right over my head.
Thank you, Bradley.
Since I'm the shorter person, we're tag teaming Bonnie Miskell here. Very nice to see you. Happy New Year. You want me to be in charge of the clicker here? Sure. I'll try. I usually screw. Very good. So first of all, before we get into that, I'm the newcomer in the group. I'm joined by Robert Singer, who you are very well aware of, and he's been involved since Time Equities has found an interest in this, in the parcels. But as an old timer here, I have been working on hopefully helping to get properties redeveloped in the downtown for, at least a decade. And I congratulate this board, and you should be proud of yourself, because honestly, of all the boards that I have presented to, you are the first board where I am actually seeing meaningful building permit applications in your building department, with one on the verge of getting issued. So you should be kudos to you. That is a big feat. But a common theme in each of those was a fiscal gap. And that's what I'm here to talk about today, as well as Robert. So a TIF award, just like the other three, the market conditions continue to decline. In fact, perhaps are worse off than when the other three came in. And unfortunately, those conditions haven't changed, if in fact have not improved at all. But the TIF award today, that is the key to unlocking the town square. We all know, and all of your residents are interested in seeing these vacant lots not simply constructed and developed, but thriving. It's a key to a piece of your downtown. So we're going to quickly go through this, because I appreciate your giving us the time. So at the cost of $450 million, the Town Square residential project is set to be the largest, most expensive, most impactful development in the history of Boynton Beach. We may not see anything in our lifetime quite as large, and there are very few parcels that could end up creating that level of impact, and a positive impact, I might add. Without the TIF award to fund the fiscal gap, just like our three predecessors, this project is not economically viable and could not and would not move forward. The fiscal gap has not only been confirmed by my client's independent consultant, but also the CRAs. We're going to get into it a little bit more. None of us are naive to the conditions out there. They're reported quite regularly, both on TV and in the press. This is a real deal, an article about what's happening out there in the industry. It's in a holding pattern. The South Florida apartment developers pause projects. I represent development clients all over Broward and Palm Beach County, and I've seen it personally. Some of the most successful projects that had a low basis in the land have been unable to come out of the land for a few reasons, and we're going to get into that. This is a Wall Street Journal also commenting on developers sit on empty lots after the historic apartment boom, and they attribute it mostly to high interest rates and flattening rents, which are scuttling the projects, and that's clearly been the case. So we'll get into the fiscal gap. So why are we here? We have proposed, my client has proposed a two-phase response to the fiscal gap. One specific to the southern parcel and one specific to the northern parcel. The southern parcel coming first. That fiscal gap amount that we're requesting be addressed is $20 million. The approximate term would be 10 years. And the proposed start date for that TIF request would be July 1st, 2026. Right now, and you'll hear me say this a few times because it's certainly relevant to your decision, there is currently no start date, and through your development agreements or any other agreements that you may have, there is no obligation to start. So one of the greatest reasons and one of the things that would be most helpful that this TIF award would certainly unlock is a commitment to a start date and us seeing that happen hopefully before you leave your seats. Maybe not, Ty, unfortunately, but you might come back. In any event, so we'll keep going. And by the way, Rob's going to jump in as necessary, but we just talked about a two-phased approach. The first phase would be to 20 million, second phase would be 15 million for a total of 35 million. That number, and believe me, I've been involved in it, certainly the last two, may seem large to you, but when you look at the magnitude of this project and the proportionality of it, it's absolutely consistent with what this board's done before because of the size of this project, but also because of the value this project creates to the city of Boynton Beach and particularly to the CRA. 15 million for the second. The TIF rebate would be approximately $2 million per year per phase for a total of $4 million. And again, and I know your own independent, Mr. Abramson, who may be connected virtually, provided you with a report, and we'll get into one of his conclusions in just a minute. Again, there are no construction start dates right now that these parcels or this particular owner is obligated to, but the proposed start dates that he is willing to commit to are shown on the screen. As to phase one would be July 1st, 2026, and as to the second phase would be July 1, 2032.
And to be clear, I mean, those dates mean if we haven't pulled permits and literally started construction by those dates, then we don't get the TIF. So that's it. I mean, it's similar to what's been structured in other TIF agreements. And I think that's important to understand.
And you, by the way, your CRA attorney in the more recent agreements has been very tough on forcing commitments so that you don't see what's happened on some of the parcels where an owner negotiates a deal, nothing happens, and the property flips and you're starting all over again. That's counterproductive. So anyway, just an added comment. So I want to point to one of the first comments that Mr. Abramson makes based on our proposal. The developer requests a two-phase TIF award to fill the gap caused by currently challenging market conditions, including increases in construction costs, operating expenses, and particularly interest rates. In fact, if you're able to even secure a lender, those rates are extraordinary compared to rates 2 years ago or particularly 4 years ago. He goes on to say the requested award is 20 million for phase one and 15, I think that's a typo, 15 million for phase two in the form of 95% of the total tax increment revenue i.e. 100% of the CRA. And then he goes on to talk about that based upon the evaluation, we consider the developer's assumptions generally to be in a range of reasonableness, and that in the current development market, the project has a feasibility gap that would justify the requested TIF awards, subject to qualifications, and of course, he has an entire report where he speaks about those. So if you want to kind of put things in summary, the city is estimated, this is another big reason why this makes sense for the city of Boynton Beach and the CRA. The city is estimated to receive total incremental tax revenues from the Phase 1, and again, this is from their report, for the Phase 1 project of $111 million over 50 years of the property's operation, i.e. through 2078. As these revenues would be primarily backloaded following the CRA sunset, the present value as of January 2025 is $1.9 million. Should the proposed TIF award be made for Phase 2, the financial effect to the CRA would vary based on timing. If construction were to commence 3 years following Phase 1, so that the two rebates would end, or they would end approximately around the same time. And so what we did in the little box here, just to illustrate the expected incremental revenue that would be gained in the period that Mr. Abramson spoke about was $111 million. We also assumed that the second phase would generate the same, equaling $222 million over a 50-year period. So this is probably a very confusing chart, and I have to look at the actual page because
I was hoping this would get
yeah, enlarged, but it didn't.
Let me just show real quick. On the right is the town square bond payments, the box on the right that the city's paying. So I mean, this is within a few cents, but based on the budgets from this year, the CRA is paying a certain amount of money and the city's paying a certain amount of money from their individual budgets. Right. So in total, it's about $8 million a year, and that is, and again, this group did not sell these bonds to build all of this stuff. This commission didn't do that, but that is where we are, and the city is on the hook now, just from like 24, 25 through 45, to pay $177 million just servicing the debt on the bonds that you have out. That's not to speak of the rest of the money that got invested in this project, which that's tens and tens of additional millions of dollars. But over on the left side of the screen is a chart that is a little bit out of whack with Mr. Abramson's, because this one happens to go through 63 and his went through 2078. But the idea is the same, that Town Square gives you three basic revenue sources: taxes, parking revenue, and we call it fees. And if you add up, and there's a million assumptions baked into this, and timelines and other things, but if you add all this up, in rough numbers, to 2063, we're in the range of $200 million of money that comes to the city. And I think it's important to say that, and again, you guys weren't the ones who made this deal, but right now there's no source of revenue to pay these bond payments, and it's just dragging and dragging. And I think the original business plan for all of this, and it wasn't your business plan, but was that eventually it would be okay to borrow the money and invest the money to build the public facilities, because obviously the private sections were going to be built, and then there's going to be real estate tax revenue, other revenues to pay the bonds, which hasn't happened. So you guys all know this, and we're just bringing up, for the public and for everyone to be, transparent, that this is very different than another project that the city doesn't have $10 million a year of debt service on. So we want to, not to harp on it, but to show that this is enormous dollars. And Town Square, in addition to what we'll show you is billions of dollars of economic impact over time, provides a real solution to the problem of how do we fund this debt service that we owe. So we can go on, we'll come back to these numbers, but I think it's good to show it.
So this project, while we've split it into two phases, it's one project. It's intended as one project. And having TIF now, requesting it and securing some form of a commitment for both phases allows Time Equities to attract the most efficient financing and investment partners. There are obvious economical advantages to rolling the construction from one to the next. You keep your same crews out there. You've got your equipment out there. The value add there is significant, and it allows them to get the best of the best because they know this is a project that is meaningful and it is long as far as timeframes. And
my understanding from Tim was that there is precedent for a two-phase, like a multi-phase TIF. I think we talked about that for a quick second at some point.
It's something that we could certainly look at, but I mean, based upon, the decision of the board.
Historically, for some reason, I thought in my mind there was a two-phase TIF done.
And you may ask yourself, one is 20, the other is 15, why is that? The second phase request is 25% less than the first phase to account for aspirational market rent growth. What these surprisingly, developers like to see growth around them because with growth attracts more people and offers more variety. So we've worked that into our numbers, which truthfully is a very conservative approach. So what else does this offer? I mean, obviously, you've just heard hundreds of millions of dollars here to the city, long term. But Time Equities is also committed to delivering 479 parking spaces to the city upon completion of both the phases at a value of over $25 million. Did I put that up there? I did. The garage spaces will be leased to Boynton Beach for 100 years for $0. So they're your spaces and they're free. And Boynton Beach will have the opportunity to have, which no one else has offered, this 100% revenue share. Of course, that number will assume maintenance costs, so that will be, pro rata. You'll have your pro rata responsibility for maintenance. And lastly, in addition to that, and by the way, we're not talking about all of the benefits, but we're trying to give you the meaningful ones for purposes of moving through this meeting. Time Equity is also agreeing to pay $4.5 million to a workforce housing fund, the largest payment that's ever been made that I'm aware of to the city of Boynton Beach. And it allows for development, redevelopment, and also improvement. It gives you an opportunity to have an improvement fund for those residents that have been working so hard and just don't have the disposable income to maintain their home in the way they want to. All right. Some of the benefits, and by the way, those were benefits that are contained in your development agreement. So to be perfectly clear, I don't want to misstate anything. The project also includes 23,000 square feet of new retail, $3 million in streetscape improvements, $14 million in fees, including permit fees, impact fees, connection fees, public art in places fee, et cetera. And also $180,000 commitment for a new public restrooms at Town Square. So now we're going to get back into the numbers a little, and we also put together in our package and submitted for your staff, and I believe Mr. Abramson looked at it. We looked at the short-term public benefits versus long-term because some of them are different. So if you look on the screen, there's for the cost of those spaces that we're providing to the city at no rent, and the city has a right to 100% capture of the revenue for any parking fees. Parking value is considered $26 million. Workforce housing payment, as I just mentioned, is a little under 4.5. Additional impact fees, permit fees, all those other fees that I just mentioned and more. 13 million 8. Streetscape improvements, 3 million. The settlement that you've already received was the 5 million payment. When you look at that, just this project alone, approving this request alone and getting this project under construction results in a $52 million, $300,000 add to your bottom line off the bat at the beginning. That's what it's worth to you without creating additional tax revenue, which you obviously would. But just the front end alone, that's what you're getting, over $52 million. When you look at the long-term benefits, which is, they've commenced, they've built the buildings, you're looking at, and we broke it out at two different times, 2045 and 2063. The real estate tax benefits by 2025, you're looking at 33 million. And by 2063, you're looking at over 150 million. The potential parking revenues, again, you're capturing 100% of that parking revenue. By 2045, we have an estimate of 28,645,000. And by 2063, you're over 64 million. Significant revenue comes back to you for this project and from this project, for totals of, by 2045, over 61 million, nearly 62, and by 2063, 214 million, 700,000. Then we looked at direct and indirect impacts from the projects. Do you want to jump in?
Well, I would just say before we click over that the short-term stuff is sort of immediate when construction finishes, and then there's two cash flow streams that come out of this. One is the parking revenue, one is the real estate taxes. Our 150 million there more or less relates to Mr. Abramson's 211 million over different. The numbers haven't all been exactly tied together depending on what timeframes you're looking at, but they're enormous. And then I'll just go over this last one if you.
Oh, next slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this takes the 52 and the taxes and the parking revenues and then adds to it what our independent economist shows. There's an economic impact of during the construction period. So all the money that gets spent on construction, hiring people, all the contractors and everyone around here, they spend money in the community. And that's a long construction period because it's two different projects. So there's $228 million that gets spent in the community just during the construction period. And then over the course, and then through 2063, if you can believe this, and I checked the numbers 8 different ways to Tuesday, and we can show you all the backup, and it's like, sounds fantastical, but it's real. To 2063, when you multiply the thousands of people that are going to be living here at Town Square and the amount of money that they have and the amount of money that they spend in the community and what the impact of all of that spending is, it's literally billions of dollars. So just to make the point that the unlocking this project, and I know it all makes sort of sense, but seeing the numbers, it's like staggering. When you unlock Town Square, you unlock enormous value for this community, this city, and that's why we're here tonight.
So in summary, and we know we just gave you a lot of information, and your backup is, there's additional information that goes beyond our report, but Mr. Abramson as well. We understand. You need to digest this. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. We're happy to answer those questions today. We might suggest going forward that please share your thoughts, ask away, ask your questions. Our expectations, obviously, is that you're going to need time to digest it. You're going to have questions. We may be providing additional information in order to respond to that. We'll continue to work with your staff who have gone through a very complex and very sophisticated project in a way that has given you a very easy way of understanding it. But we'll get back with them, and we're probably going to want to meet with you on a one-on-one to give you more of an opportunity to ask questions and ask us additional information as well. But we're happy to entertain any questions that you may have now. Or if the public intends to speak, we can come back.
All right, well, thank you so much to all three of you for your presentation. I will ask the majority of my questions in private when I sit down with all of you. But for now, there's one thing that's really gnawing at my mind. So I believe you said 222, right? Between the two projects over the duration of 222 million. Did I see that slide correctly?
You did.
That was Mr. Abramson, yeah.
Okay. Here's my question. If the TIF is provided, you're able to start sooner, right? That's the argument. And if you start sooner, the revenue generation will start sooner.
Right.
What is the differential in the total value in dollars, right? If you don't get the TIF versus you do get the TIF, by starting sooner, what is the total gain, additional gain,
Well,
that
actually-
increment,
And
the increment to the increment, if you
Right,
will?
so Mr. Abramson would tell you that we sat there with spreadsheets, because in order to figure out what that increment is, you have to make an assumption about when we might build without the TIF, okay? So the most draconian, does that make sense?
Yes.
Because if we don't build anything, you get nothing. So, we would sit there and say, well, look, let's just say we start phase one by 2030 and then never build phase two, or we build phase two. But, so, we're happy to get on the spreadsheet and show you what happens when, but it's dramatically, but that's all speculative. And what's real is that we just finished that article at the Chicago skyscraper, and we build buildings that was from 2 weeks ago. What's real is that we have a need. We have a fiscal gap, and you guys have a tool. And that tool is to rebate money that some of the money that we pay that you wouldn't otherwise get because the projects wouldn't be there. So we think that in the light of the mission of the CRA, the scale of the project, the absolute obvious need and an economic environment that we're in, we think it's consistent with our desire from the beginning. We told you we were going to do whatever we could do to build this project for Boynton, for ourselves, and requesting the TIF is part of that. It's us pushing and putting our money where our mouth is with dates to deliver this thing. If we don't make the dates, the deal's off. If we make the dates, you get enormous impact soon, and then the TIF burns off, and then you have, relatively speaking, a short amount of time, and then you have incredible amounts of revenue coming in, and economic development, and all the things that we've talked about. So we, like Bonnie said, we know this is a lot. We know it's a big number, and we want to reiterate that the reason it's a big number is because it's a big project. It's 2, 3, 4 times the size of these normal projects. And we want to deliver it, and with your help, we can have dates, and we can do this together.
And I also may add, this city is very fortunate because you have, and the county agreed to, a TIF program that allows you to use this tool. So many other cities may have a CRA, but they can't create tools to incentivize redevelopment.
And that's actually really important because we understand there's a 2045 sunset. So to the extent that we can use this tool, in other words, if we punt this and punt it, we're going to lose the tool. Does that make sense? If we have the tool, we have the time, but it's tight when you look at the construction timelines and everything else. So it's another reason that we should move now so that we can hit this while you have the CRA in place and the tool is available. Because once it's not available, it's a whole other problem.
All right, thank you so much. If there's any questions from my colleagues, now's a good time. If not, we'll do our individual one-on-ones and we'll continue the conversation. Vice Chair?
Thank you, thank you. I did have one question, I know, and Barry touched on it in his summary and in his report too, and I know this is broken up into 2 phases. Why, because we have had, well, we know we've been told that it's coming one day, of phase 2, another project, and what is the reason for asking for the TIF on phase 2 now, as opposed to later on down the line when we get a little bit closer, phase 1 actually breaks ground, we know where the market is, we know a little bit more of what we're looking at. Why do we make that decision now as opposed to when phase 1 has broken ground and it's moving along and we know what the market is like a little bit more clearly then?
Well, so it's a great question, and Mr. Abramson raised it, and we're happy to, we want to talk about it. Look, from our point of view, having certainty, we think about it as one project. We don't think that building one and then leaving Boynton Beach Boulevard empty forever is what anyone wants. It's certainty. If we can do the TIF for both phases with dates that wind up being acceptable, we think it's better for us, it's better for our financial partners, and it's better for you because then you've done what you could do to incentivize the bigger of the 2 buildings, especially as it relates to the retail. So we could all punt it and see what happens, but in this context, given the scale of what's at stake for the city and the economic, we think it makes sense for you to give us a hard date for phase 2 so that we can hit that and we can tell our financial partners, they can roll from one to the next. It's certainty. That's the short of it. Like, and we hope that there's a logic to that. If it's a massive, sticking point, would we consider breaking it up, coming back, change? Of course, we can talk about all these things, but what we're presenting to you is, and by the way, like Goldman Sachs and Deutsche Bank financed the Chicago Tower. We've worked with the biggest, best institutions in the world. Reps from both of those companies came here and walked with Adam and Dan. I mean, we're here, we're on the ground. We can build this building, and what people in the financial world want, especially given what we're seeing in terms of inflation, everything else, they want certainty, and they want to do a $450 million project, not half of one, and then let's see what happens. So, look, that's as direct as I can be, and I think it's in everybody's interest that we just lock in dates, lock in dollars, and move this thing along. So, but to the extent that, as I said, if it turns out that that's I don't know why it should be hugely controversial, but if it is, we can talk about it.
Thanks, Rob. What are the dates that you're, in a perfect world, if everything goes the way you would like it to, what are your proposed dates for the phases?
So, in a perfect world, I can tell you that Cast Construction, who built Casamara, they just got done in the subcontractor market with our latest set of plans. We have, I could show you if you want. I mean, we have this thing. We're 3 months. We've completed like our construction documents to 65 or 70%. If we can agree on a TIF, we can release the final piece of the construction permit documents, submit them. My guess, sitting here today, is that our goal would be to be in the ground before the year is over. We wrote down July of 26 because we need a little buffer, but that's how strongly we feel about this. And with respect to the second phase, we left 6 years from 26 to 32. You need 2 years to build it. You need 2 years to lease it up. You need a year to stabilize it and refinance, and then we had a buffer year. And if the board said, if the board were interested in discussing this and they said, why don't you tighten that by a year or 18 months or some other number? I mean, in other words, we can't build phase 2 until we finish phase 1. There's a limit. We can try to crunch, but the opportunity is there. The CRA is here. And again, I think that sometimes in the public, people hear like, oh, $35 million. It's a rebate. I mean, it's money that we pay only to the extent that we complete the project that gets rebated back to us. And that's not money that the city would see if the project wasn't there, which is why the whole program makes sense. So it's a beautiful tool that you have that you can use, although the window to use it is shrinking. And the question is, should you use that tool for a number that your own consultant has agreed is reasonable to unlock hundreds of millions of dollars of value, billions of depending on how you look at it. So we know it's a lot, and we just wanted to come in for this kind of first round to start the process of explaining where we're coming from and tell you that we appreciate you listening to us, and we'll see you guys, maybe individually if you can make time for us. We know there's a million questions, but we really appreciate it. And believe me, Francis literally is at the hotel. He got sick right before he came here from New York to be here with us. So he sends his regards.
All right, thank you so much, Rob.
Okay, thank you.
Tim, did you want to mention?
I just wanted to mention that we have our Barry Aberson online. And if you guys wanted to hear from him, he's available.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that, but let's do a summary, Barry.
See me? Okay, great.
Yes, we can hear you. Good evening. Barry, if you could give us a summary of your analysis.
Okay, it's been a long evening, and I don't think there's a reason to go over the whole thing because for a good deal of it, I'm pretty much supporting what the developer is requesting. As Bonnie Miskell said, quoting my report, in the current market, current development market, there is obviously a financing gap, and that's exacerbated by the fact that the developer paid a good deal of money for the site at the top of the market, including the $5 million payment that was then shuffled to you from the previous owner. The developer's providing a significant amount of public parking, city parking, which you will gain the revenues from, and making a contribution to the workforce housing. So for all those reasons, plus the general reasons of the market being tough, in the current market, this project does need support. And while one could quibble with the numbers one way or another, I thought the numbers that the developer presented was reasonable. Now, when the developer, is actually at a point of getting construction financing for his first phase project, which hopefully will be in a year, let's say within a year to a year and a half, in that range, the market may be better, and the developer might not need as much. Construction costs might come out somewhat better. Maybe things will be worse. And I'd say a year to a year and a half time period to say, look, the current market supports this level of subsidy, and let's extend that for a year, year and a half. To me, that's quite reasonable, especially given the city and the CRA's motivation to do this very important and attractive project. Where we part ways is obviously on phase two. You know, either the developer, Rob, or Bonnie, said something to the effect of, well, if you could just, you know, it's all one project and you'd like to roll right into, you know, construction of phase two from construction of phase one. But as Rob just said, you know, in one of his final points, you're probably not going to start construction immediately at the end of of phase two, immediately at the completion of phase one. You want to lease the project up. And, you know, the developers requested up to mid-2032, which is 6.5 years from now. Maybe if things, you know, go well, it might be more like 4 years from now that he might start, that they might start construction. Who knows what the market's going to be at that point? You know, the South Florida markets have had a pattern of boom and bust, and during the bust, nothing made sense, nothing could work, and then within a few years, projects work without subsidy. I don't have a crystal ball, I can't say for certain, and neither can Rob, but I just don't see a compelling reason for the city to grant $15 million of subsidy for a project that won't be built, and we won't know the market conditions affecting that project's development for another 4 or 5 or 6 years. And really, it's the $15 million that's the difference. If in 3 or 4 years, the market is such that it supports the project without the TIF subsidy, then the CRA gets to keep that, the project goes forward and the CRA gets to keep that $15 million. And if you get to a point where construction's completed on phase one, it gets leased up, the market's still really tough, financing rates are bad, you know, things are still as tough as they are, then the developer can come back to you. But make no mistake, these are two separately financed projects in terms of their construction financing. I understand why the developer would like to lock it in. That's a good thing, certainly from the developer's perspective. I can't blame them for asking, but I don't see a compelling reason to grant that second phase TIF at this point when the construction start is many years out in the future. If the developer were to say, okay, I'll start construction, if I were to start construction on this project the end of this year, and 1.5 years from now, after that construction start, when he's basically just sort of doing internal work to complete that project, I'll start construction of phase two. Yeah, maybe you'd consider providing that kind of a time frame, like mid-27. But you know, it's really exceedingly speculative to try to estimate what the development markets would require in terms of a subsidy of anything going out a number of years. So that's really the difference. You know, there are other points that we could go over about all these large numbers, some of which included county as well as city. And to the extent that you care about the county, that's great, but I think your primary concern is what goes to the CRA and the city. And that also impacts the, you know, the economic and the larger fiscal trillions and zillions of dollars that have been discussed. All that's great stuff, and all that will happen when the project happens, and won't be that different if the project happens 1 year versus another year. But the immediate thing is to get phase one going. I strongly feel it's reasonable for the CRA to provide the TIF for the first phase. I've also in my report mentioned some suggestions about, even for that first phase, ideas that you could structure into a TIF agreement so that at the point where the project is constructed and maybe it didn't need all that support, you could get some of that commitment back, as long as that was done in a way that doesn't hamstring the financing and was done in a reasonable way. But I just don't understand the need to give the phase two at this point.
All right, thank you, Barry.
That's pretty much
Oh,
questions.
just
I
wrap
can
it up, yeah.
certainly expand.
Okay, thank you. All right, questions for Barry, Vice Chair?
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. It's more a question for legal, and he just said it as we were finishing, and I wrote it down just before he stated it, but what, I have two questions for legal. What is typically our agreement or with start date after we make a TIF agreement as far as?
Answering that question as if there is a typical answer is a little bit difficult. It's project specific, as are many of your TIF agreements. One of the things that marks your program is that it's very flexible. If you're asking, are you asking in the context of phasing, or are you asking in the context of?
Well, because I know the last one we did, it was 2 years from the effective date of the TIF. So I'm asking because of the phase two approach, because
Sure.
because if typically we're putting them up against a deadline, we can see that and we can recognize it with phase one. Phase two is a little bit more difficult to see because it is so far out. So then how would that work in an agreement? Because typically we say, as opposed to it being a hard agreement, it's within 2 years of the signing of the TIF agreement.
So again, this is a project-specific question, so I'll give you a few examples. If a project is fairly far through the process of having a site plan, et cetera, that obviously allows for a sooner start date than a project that is coming and is going to need a site plan, a replat, or whatever it is. And so we try to take that into account when we're looking at the TIF agreements. And our start dates for commencement of construction sometimes are based on the effective date of the agreement. Sometimes they're within a time period after approval of final land use approval. So it really is project specific. You do have a project currently that is the subject of a TIF agreement that allowed for, it was a 9.5-year total build out from start to finish. And that's in my memory, I am not citable authority, but in my memory, that's your longest time frame. And I would say it is atypical for the CRA to have a project that is going to start. So 32 would be, yeah, that far in the future of from where we are now. It is not outside of your authority to consider. It's also not outside of the authority of the CRA to put in certain benchmarks or other coordination items in between there. So again, your program is very flexible. You do take a site-specific approach, and you have broad authority to implement this program. This one would look different than some of your other ones, but many of your independent programs look different from each other.
Right. Okay, thank you. And then, and this is probably a question for Rob or legal and legal. What are the options for putting in some sort of a clause that allows for reevaluation at a certain date for that phase two TIF agreement? So if we made this decision to move forward with phase one and phase two, what are the options then to add a clause that allows us to reevaluate that phase two TIF agreement component once the project does get closer?
Sure. So from legal perspective, you would have fairly broad ability, so long as the developer would agree to such an arrangement that you could come back to it. And we've seen, there's a variety of types of incentives. For example, you get a larger percentage of TIF if you start sooner, X, Y, Z. all of that would be, I would say, more subject to the developer's constraints than your legal constraints in setting those kind of parameters. So I would actually think that Rob might want to answer this question to give you kind of the facts of his particular situation.
Perfect, thank you.
We would absolutely consider working with you on a check back. We're not trying to get something that we don't need.
Right.
It does, and I appreciate Mr. Abramson's point of view. On the ground, this is one project, and having some certainty with a check back is way better for us than, it's all up in the air. If the check back turns out to be like a complete it would be some kind of a report, Mr. Abramson would do a report. I mean, I don't know. We'd have to discuss what that might be.
Probably what makes most sense, provided that it's acceptable to Rob, is prior to the, what you may want to say is prior to the submittal for building permit applications, that we'd be required to come back and present an updated study, and likely CRA would do the same, or we have whoever your consultant is at the time.
That gets back into it's just the entire process all over
Well,
again.
well, not entirely. What you could say that provided that the conditions, that Mr., and again, you don't have to do it necessarily. Probably what you'd want is a CRA representative to look at the numbers that were previously submitted and certify that they continue to be within the reasonable range, without going through a full submittal.
Right. And I know, Rob, we're talking about phase 1 and phase 2, but to your point, it is one project. The reason that it's broken up is really for city benefit because of parking and other constraints too. So,
the city set up the master plan.
it was set up by the
They
city as
could
a
have done million
phase 2
things,
for a
and they
purpose.
set it
Right.
up as two different, pieces of land
Right.
It is one project. They will be financed technically separate, but I can assure everybody here that, having some continuity and some visibility into phase 2 allows this to be smoother. And if there's a check back mechanism, that seems, and a date, because otherwise, because what you're really getting is, in addition to all of the benefits that are sort of baked into the site plan, but you can't have those unless the project gets built. So what you're getting for this TIF are dates, certainty, by which if we don't perform, then nothing happens. So dates are valuable to everybody. Time is money. Getting this going sooner is, we see all these beautiful presentations about what's going to happen in the next 5 years, and we want to be there. So we can table this now. We'll talk about it as we continue. But the idea of a check back is absolutely on the table.
If I can just expand on that, the concern that he might have is a whole new board, not the same understanding. So what if we did do the check back, we'd like it to be verified and confirmed that it continues to meet the reasonableness standard, but that we don't need to go back to the board for a new vote, if that's at all possible. I think that would be much more reasonable, and it wouldn't stall them if they are ready to get going and they want to get going and they have a lender lined up, so.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. It is
guys
approaching
very
10.
much.
We appreciate the presentation. Thank you. And again, we will schedule the one-on-ones at another date. The next item on the agenda is 15D. It is related to 15E, discussion and consideration of the interlocal agreement between the City of Boynton Beach and the Boynton Beach CRA for providing reimbursement for the construction costs of the Neighborhood Officer Policing Program located within the Boynton Beach Community Redevelopment Area. And E is discussion and consideration for the authorization of the acting executive director to sign the construction contract for Unit 8 at the Heart of Boynton Shops for the Neighborhood Officer Policing NOP program. All right, so Tim, if you could just introduce this item so we can have a discussion.
All right, as part of the purchase and development agreement, part of the commercial was to allow Unit 8 to be rent-free for our neighborhood officer program. We have an ILA, or interlocal agreement, in place with the city, which would basically allow for the CRA to reimburse said development or build-out expenses of up to $100,000 towards the design and construction of that NOP program office space. As I said, the ILA allows the CRA to reimburse Centennial Management for that build-out of that NOP office and allow the CRA to reimburse the city for the monthly operating expenses as outlined in the city's lease with Centennial. The lease is between the city and Centennial, and the term will survive beyond the CRA sunset. As I said, as a part of the original ILA, the amount was $100,000 and change, and based upon the most recent submittal of costs that we got from Centennial, the build-out for that NOP officer program office space is $155,875. CRA staff has reviewed the individual prices and the breakdowns based upon the schedule of values that has been provided and find it reasonable within what the other tenants are looking at, as well as, what's practical in the commercial environment. Also, so to alleviate that concern of the city having to pay the difference of the $100,000 to the actual build-out cost, the CRA is looking for an amendment to the interlocal agreement to cover the entirety of that amount, as well as highlight the city's contribution of $31,977.36 for additional enhancements. So the attached ILA is been presented before you as a draft, and we're looking for your approval of that, as well as 15, forgive me, E, is the actual construction contract that's been provided by Centennial Management for that actual build-out, which breaks down the $155,875, as well as it outlines how that construction contract's to be paid in the individual terms of that agreement. The CRA staff's looking for your approval of that, as well as authorizing the CRA acting executive director authorization to sign it pending final legal review. So both of those items are there for your consideration.
All right,
And if
thank
you have any questions, let me know.
For those, is it you, Vicky, with the computer? If you could pull up 15D with the different motions, options. Okay, and do any of you have any questions? Just go ahead, Board Member Hay. I'm just trying to beat 10. If we can make it to 10, that'd be ideal.
Motion to approve. Do you want me to do the motion?
Okay.
Yeah.
Motion to approve the interlocal agreement between the City of Boynton Beach and the Boynton Beach CRA for providing reimbursement for the construction costs of the NOP program located within the Boynton Beach Community Redevelopment Area, and authorize board chair to execute pending final legal review.
Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Now, before I call the vote, is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? Now's the time to approach the podium if you'd like to speak on this item. Okay, seeing no one in the person and no one online, with that, public comment is now closed. We have a motion before us to approve. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, great. The next item, the holiday boat parade.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Do we have to, approve E? We have to do a separate motion. Motion to approve.
Yes, go ahead.
Motion to approve the authorization of acting executive director to sign the construction contract for Unit 8 at the Heart of Boynton Shops for the neighborhood officer policing program pending final legal review.
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion from Vice Chair, the second from Board Member Cruz. Is this an internal administrative matter, right? So do we need public comment? If you would like to provide comments on this item, now is the time to approach the podium. I see no one approaching the podium. Is there anybody online? There's no one online. Public comments is now closed. We have a motion and a second. Again, the second came from Board Member Cruz. All those in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. Now we can go to the holiday boat parade.
All right, Board Chair,
Yep.
Gabby is going to present this item and recap.
All right, welcome, Gabby. And
Good evening, board. Gabby for marketing and Business Promotions Coordinator. On Friday, December 13th, we had the Holiday Boat Parade with the town of Hypoluxo, town of Lantana, city of Delray Beach. And this was our 52nd annual Boynton Beach Holiday Boat Parade. The parade started at 6:30 p.m., traveling south from Ocean Avenue Bridge in Lantana to the C-15 Canal in Delray Beach. And we had 42 participants register for the parade. We had a watch party as the in the marina, and we featured live music from Rogue Theory, children's activities, a mini vendor market, and a visit from Santa and the Grinch. The event also featured 2 BBCRA area businesses, Artsy Living and Shores Chocolates. And we provided a spotlight for both waterfront restaurants located at the marina, 2 Georges and Banana Boat, as well as Prime Catch. And one of our other businesses, Take Taxi, sold tickets to their vessel, allowing the community members and visitors to participate in the festivities. And we announced the winners for the parade. It took place at the Alu Mexican restaurant on January 9th.
Who was the winner?
It was a great event.
Do you have any photos, anything, or can you tell us?
Vicki, if you could please pull it up. So this is the winner for the first category, which is under 25 feet.
There you go.
There we go.
Which is CMTSU, Captain Joe Sanobri. Second place, Catch 22, Captain Brett Martin. Third place, Double Entendre, Captain Jonathan Luco. And for 25 feet to 34 feet, first place was Chips Ahoy, which is one of our local
Marina.
businesses, the marina businesses too. Blue Skies with Captain Tom DiPolito. And third place, Gym and Tonic, Captain
You know someone?
Jim Patrick. And this is the last category, is 35 feet and up. The first place was Soul Life with Captain Pedro Tirado. Second place was What's Next, Captain Steve Fox. And third place was Bait and Switch with Captain Matthew Benjamin.
Right,
Awesome.
thank you.
Very nice.
Thank
Very
you.
nice. Thank you, thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks everybody for attending the parade as judges, everyone who came. Hope you all had a great time.
Yes,
Thank you, we did. Yes, it was great.
If there's nothing else?
I just wish the boats would go slower. It's really hard to judge.
We
as
ask that
They're
every
zooming
year.
by. I know, every
Yeah.
year we try and slow them down.
And
Not
we
a
tell
race.
them every year at the
I
meeting.
know. They go so fast.
Go ahead.
Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
That's fine.
All right. All right, have a good night, everyone. We are adjourned.
Bye.
Good night.
Don't worry, I know. I got you.